good on the high speed.
Okay, so we'll leave them where they are.
Yeah.
Just leave them where they are.
Although, the only thing I'm curious, is there a pressure difference between left and right? Yeah.
Alright, whenever you want to go out. You put your snap tack up.
two-tongue way from my hairline to my backbone, and it's dragging me around that I don't listen. All you critics already mind your own business. That's right. And I run red lights. Now watch me fly.
Target acquired.
Eagle 1, first strike. You have permission to engage the target.
Warning: the following video contains explicit language, which may be offensive to some viewers or inappropriate for children. The content within this video is intended for mature audiences only.
And there we have it, folks. Mature audiences only. Welcome back to the show. It's going to be a chill stream tonight, guys. I'm going to monologue a little bit, and then we'll see. You know what happens. We'll hopefully get some guys to come out and hang out with us and chill. And yeah, it'll be cool, man. It'll be cool. We're going to have a good time. Yeah, I'm not, I wasn't streaming and driving. Those are videos from when I had the race team from various tracks and events. And really mostly, to be honest with you, that was mostly practice sessions, except for Pikes Peak, of course. That was during the actual race. So I don't mind hosting a debate. I just, I don't debate in general. I have debated and I will debate again. And, I'm sure at some point. I just generally don't. I'm welcome. I'm happy to host a debate. Is it between you, Devin, and Flow State, or what's up? Discussion, pseudo debate. I'm not really sure how that works. I believe you're talking about Moroso, and I don't think it's there anymore. They called it Palm Beach International, PBIR, for a while, but I think it's gone now. So, yep. It used to have a drag strip and a road course. So, yep. Cool. Interesting stuff. Yeah, I've raced all over the country, guys. This is a real, I really did do that. What can I say? I never had an adult job, and I never really wanted one. So I actually wasn't driving. I owned the cars. The two videos with the RX-8, those were both a driver named JD Mobley, who is no longer driving, but he was excellent. Very fantastic driver. Won a lot, and actually raced in Europe for a while. And we got him in a car for some test days, and he did, I think, one race with us and did exceptionally well. The MX-5 was a fellow named John. I forget his last name right off the top of my head, but that was down at Indy Race Park in Arizona. Great track. Just was a lot of fun. And the car was we just had that thing nailed to the track, and it was great. It's really great. So absolutely awesome. So it's a again, I know that some people talk about racing and all of that, but that's all I ever did for a career. I owned shops and stuff, but the reality was most of what I did was racing, and that's all I really cared about, all I wanted to do. I myself was not a particularly good. I was an adequate race car driver, but I was way better at building the cars and running the team and all of the business aspects of it. And it was, it just became that way, became a thing for me. Right. So, yeah, I've been to Sebring. I don't even know how many times I've been to Sebring, between Porsche Club, HSR, SVRA, SCCA Pro, Grand Am. It's a dizzying amount of initials. And some being funny if it's the track, how they roll. I don't know, man. That thing was on. It just, that car was just very well set up. You can just tell the way it comes off the corners and just destroys the F production car behind it, which is a badass machine that weighs like half what we weigh. So it worked out pretty good. Hey, Farney, good to see you in here. Effing epic. Good to see you in here. Guys, this is a chill stream tonight. We're just going to kind of go with it. Hey, what's up? Little podcast reacts. Good to see you in the chat. I guess Glenn has, is Glenn rating us? Is Glenn rated us? He's probably going to rate us. Anyway. Yeah, we're going to chill out in here tonight. We're going to talk about kind of whatever. I think Glenn wants to come in. Glenn has a subject he wants to talk about. And we're going to go over that, and it's great. So I did drag racing a little bit, but mostly it was clients. I had clients that did drag cars, and I would prep the cars out for them. I can't get into drag racing. It's boring as fuck. It's the same thing with drifting, right? Like drifting's really boring to me. Like I'd love to say that it was like this really like cool, fast paced, awesome thing, but yeah, I have a thing about that. That's a real thing. I don't really care much for drifting. It's too subjective. Whatever. It's and a lot of weirdness. I really don't like things on the floor. I really don't like it. I will literally stop everything in the that's going on in my shop and quit doing anything until I get the shop cleaned up. We were having a really good. I had a Challenger. Did I ever show you guys a picture of my Challenger? I had a Challenger. They're ending the production of the V8 Challenger for sure. They're not doing V8s anymore. As a matter of fact, I have a friend of mine that's about to tool up to go into production of the V8 engine blocks because the rumor is, and I believe it, is that Dodge is going to or already has discontinued the engine blocks. And if that is actually the case, I believe it is. That means they're going to be very hard to get. Those things blow up a lot. And my buddy's tooling up to make the engine blocks right now. I'm not sure if I told you guys. I actually I'll put this up. Let me open it here. It will open, and we'll size that to fit. It's kind of weird looking there, but that's all right. So now we're going to go ahead and present this. So we'll, oh, that's wrong. What happened there? I want that. There we go. Never a dull moment. That's what I say. There we go. All right, that's it. Show you guys my Challenger. Now, the story of this Challenger is actually really interesting. The Challenger came to me kind of as a, I don't know what you'd call it. It was a pain in the butt's what it was. So that's my Challenger at PRI. I think that's 2012 or 13. Dodge actually paid to have that wrap put on it. And so what you're looking at there is, in theory, a Dodge Challenger SRT8. It's a ridiculous car. I don't know if I can scroll through this and show you some of the pieces. There's the car there. Hey, sweet Auntie. That's pretty. Thanks for the heads up. So this is a car there. There's another one. So it's I had one. That's an SRT8. Started out life as kind of just a regular old everyday car. Actually, no, it didn't. I lied. That car started out as a body in white, and Dodge sent it to us, or sent it to some friends of mine. They built the car. they spent a ton of time and money building that car into just a ridiculous car to race. They hired a very famous race car driver to help engineer the car. It really did. It was actually a really good car. It was really pretty fast. The only real problem with that car was that it was a Dodge. And because of that, Dodge had this weirdness in SRT at the time. SRT was actually doing all of the race team stuff for Dodge. And basically what that meant is that they didn't really want to do the Challenger. They wanted to bring the Viper back, and they really hated the Challenger. They hated those of us who wanted to run the Challenger. Hey, welcome to all the Raiders. I'm just kind of chilling out here for a few minutes. It is me. I changed my shirt and my hat because I got all sweaty. I had to go wash my boat, so my wife will go out on it tomorrow. And anyway, so we, the car's, it's a pretty good car. We could have done really well with it. Unfortunately, Dodge, like I said, they wanted to do the, what they really wanted was the Viper back. And they didn't like the idea that they didn't really like the idea of anybody running the Challenger. And so what they effectively did was they did their absolute best to kill the Challenger every time we turned around, and not support the programs that would have been very beneficial for that. So that's how. And we ended up after all of the time and money and effort that went into driving that car, I never even started it, or developing that car. I never started it myself. It was on the track a lot, but I never actually even started that car. I got rid of it. Last I heard, it was in a dealership in South Carolina. That's what I heard. What's up, Glenn Lawrence? You're muted for some reason. I didn't mute you.
I was being polite. I didn't want to come in here all loud and shit.
I saw it good, man. I saw it good. It's a chill stream, bro. We're just going to chill out. We're going to do some good stuff. Hey, TDB,
chilling.
glad to see you. Glad to see you.
I like chilling.
And we're going to have a nice chill stream tonight.
Like during my stream, I'm connected like with people in the space, right?
Yeah.
So Donovan Sharp hits me up. He's like, yo, bro, you good? And I'm like, what do you mean, Donovan? Like, what's good? Like, I'm good, man. What's good? What you here? It's like, oh man, I just did this stream with this chick that she knows you, right? And these people that they know you, and dude, saying a little something. And I was like, oh, and then I kind of figured out who it was. I was like, oh, okay, you must have caught wind of what I, earlier, a part of my video earlier today. I was like, dude was, misrepresenting what I was saying, and I was just, correcting.
Which dude was that? Do I know him?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Resurgences, you know what I mean?
Okay. Oh, you're talking about you were reviewing that video.
Yeah, I did a little bit of review of that video, and I told Donnie that's what I was doing. I was like, yeah, I was just reviewing it, just kind of like correcting the narrative. It seems like they're trying to imply something that's not true. And he's like, I figured it was something, man. He's like, dude, you're the one of the most, like, I'll read it. He's like, this is not me. He's like, dude, you're as solid as they come. I knew it was some bullshit because I know you're a stand-up guy. Like, this is what people don't recognize. Like when this is why you do good. This is why you stay solid. This is why you don't I will never jeopardize or sell my reputation and my name, or let my name get soiled because of that. That's how I am recognized. That's what people know me for. Right? Like, not all the bullshit and all the drama shit. No, that's the people that know me. They know that. So, of course, like when somebody hears something off color, they're going to hit me up like, yo, what's going on? Right? So I just
Yeah.
found it was funny. I was like, I don't know, Donnie. It's like I was like, I worked with those guys. I put them on like on my stream several times. So I don't know where it's coming from, but I hope them the best. And all I did was I corrected the narrative. I pointed out a flaw. Like in their assessment.
Right.
And
Well, I wanted to be very careful last night that it couldn't be seen that I was being trying to come down on them or anything like that, because I think they're probably pretty good dudes. I don't know enough. I just don't understand. I don't understand the viewpoint they're taking.
Well, I mean, if you watch it all the way to the end,
yeah, go ahead, man.
If you watch it to the end, like they make a point to say that some of these guys that are anti-red pill are feminists, and they're like, I will name 2 that I know that are at least not feminists, and they point you out and they point Andrew out, but they
didn't point you out.
They didn't point me out as
Bro.
So that's what it's funny, because they're highlighting the video clip that I'm in, right? And then they use that as a reference to say that I'm incorrect, which I don't understand, and I still doesn't make sense to me after watching the video, because they never go back to it or to read back to reference any of that. And then they point, then they say like these 2 I know are not, like in their opinion, not feminists, and I'm like, so the implication is that like,
right?
You know what I'm saying? Like the optics, like like I'm not saying that they're saying that or projecting that. This is what that's what like.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah, and I'm like, that is low key, like trying to throw shade, and I'm like, all right, you guys. Well, I already did what I did. I corrected the video.
So so here's the thing. I am much more vocal against the red pill ideology than you are. Like
I know.
I'm like, I reject like 60% of it, right? Like the only thing I want to keep are the tenets of get physically fit, get your money right, don't be a dick. Right?
Yeah, like I don't even know if you would say you agree with all the descriptions.
Right.
Like how they describe the problem. I think I don't even think I've even asked you that. Like, if you do agree with all the descriptions of the problem when it comes to
we
that.
can talk about that if you want. I got nothing to hide.
Well, I just don't know. Like, like, do you believe in hypergamy? Do you believe that women are
I believe that women date up. I don't know that all women date up, but I believe that most women, especially women with
well, the question is if they can.
Yeah. Well, possibly. I mean, come on. We all know that smoking hot girl that doesn't realize she's smoking hot and just dates a normal looking dude.
Okay, first of all, there's no smoking hot girl that doesn't know she's smoking hot. That's not real, unless she's blind.
You know what I mean. I mean, they're not like they're not caught up in being smoking hot. How about that? Is that a better descriptor for you?
Way better way of seeing it. That's a way better way of seeing it.
Yeah,
they're not caught up on the superficial.
Yeah, I'm going to share this. I'm going to share my screen for a second. Ghost, are you still in here, buddy? I want to show you something. This is from inside my old shop. Ignore the big ass fucking mess because that's just how I roll. There you go. Where's my welder buddy? Look at that welding. That's some badass shit right there,
some
right?
Good welds right there. You can see that.
How about that?
I took a welding class. That's pretty dope.
What's up, Ghost? What do you think? I am conceited. Whoever said that. That's not a robot. That's me. I know you're going to say it's a fucking robot. It's not a robot. I did that.
That's a clean bead too.
Yeah. I was highly trained to be highly trained. See, that one's not as pretty. See that? But
yeah.
That's hard.
Does that due to the size? Like the size like that you're going from?
No, it's probably because I'm fucking tired.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. There is a small concave. Yeah, see, look at that. That guy has a good eye. That guy has a good eye. There is a small concave spot. It's
Yeah.
actually because the way the two pieces of metal fit together, but that's right. So anyway, sorry, I derailed our conversation there. The bottom one just looks rough. It's just not as pretty. So
Oh yeah. But like, did you listen to like the part where they actually got to the video?
no, dude, I got to be honest with you.
You
And
didn't
I
pay
don't want to hurt
attention.
anybody's feelings. If they watch this, look, this is not a shot at them. I find their delivery to be very forced, dry, and almost rehearsed. And
I wouldn't
can't.
even say it's rehearsed. Like I would say probably rehearsed would be an improvement to a degree.
Yeah, but it seems like they've talked about it enough that they have key points or key sentences that they use to get, or for the other guy to like follow on to, right? You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, no. Like I could tell you
contrived.
this.
Okay, not rehearsed, contrived. That's
Oh,
better.
I could tell you this. I know, like when Steven does like a live stream, he always has notes, and he always sends like the notes in advance. Like
Yeah, I didn't do that with him.
Yeah, like I mean that's just like what he tends to do, right?
Yeah,
Like I mean I have the notes that he was using for that.
And that
day.
may be that's probably it seems contrived because it is. And look, there's nothing wrong with that.
No. I think that's being well prepared. I think that's very very good to be organized and well prepared.
To me, it comes off as to me, it just doesn't come off right. You know what I'm saying? Like I know this is hard. It's kind of hard for me to. I mean, it's kind of hard for me to describe. It just doesn't hit me right. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm looking for a thin. Like I do all of this. I barely even use my computer. I'm just sitting here talking. You see my hands moving. I'm not Googling shit. You don't hear the typewriter in the background. You don't hear that very often. And and you can tell when I do, because I'll be like, oh shit, I gotta fucking look shit up. I can't do that. And so one of the reasons why I think that people do respond to, one of the few reasons I think that people respond to me is I'm literally just sitting up here running my damn mouth, and I don't have notes. I'm not really prepared. I mean, sometimes I'll do some small notes, but not always. Pretty rare, honestly.
Yeah, like it's interesting because I'm like, I'm even reading their notes and I'm like,
and again, it's not a cut at them that.
No, it's just like it's not. I'm like they could have whatever opinion they want. I just think their opinion is incorrect. Like they. Well, I'll just play the little clip of it. What they say. That way you just kind of understand.
Well, I'm gonna show Ghost some more pictures. Hang on a second. I'm sorry, man.
Yeah. No worries. I'm just
stream. So it's a chill stream, so I'm just fucking off. Ghost, you hear? Check this out. So what I'm doing here, I'm gonna show you this, guys. What I'm doing here is I'm repairing a stripped out hole in aluminum by welding it up on an assembled engine. So you can see what I'm doing is right there is I'm preheat. Whoop, that's a car it came out of. So what I'm doing there is I'm preheating the engine casing, which is aluminum, and then I've filled it by TIG welding it full of aluminum. You can see it's a nice complete fill, and there it is repaired. Sorry, I didn't have it a drill. I didn't take time to take pictures of the drilling and tapping, but yeah, that's the shit I did.
You know, like my brother's a welder, and like poor guy, like
look at that shit. Look at that. I can't even fucking tell. I'm sorry, man.
Poor guy, like my brother, like he has a record, right? You know, and not like for the best things in life, but it's because of his record. It's like he can't even get hired on as a welder.
It's
And at least here in California, like they just, I don't know. I feel bad for the guy. Like,
Yeah.
dude he got like what, all is it 4 different welding like certs, like the different TIG, stick, I forgot the gases one, whatever the gases ones are.
Flux.
Yeah, Flux. He has all those, all the certs
Yeah.
and everything.
So Ghost 1978. No, the that is a threaded. It was a, it was threaded probably 3/4 of an inch to an inch deep. So basically, what I was doing was I was using I was extending the tungsten down and welding and using a giant gas lens to control the gas, and I just filled it all the way up with fresh material. Bujicon, that it was not a steel insert. I literally filled the stripped out aluminum hole with aluminum and then re-drilled it and tapped it and threaded it so that it was an exact match to save the engine. The engine was out of a 13B. That's a 13B REW out of a 93 Mazda RX-7. So, you know,
RX-7.
just kinda cool. Yeah, RX-7 twin turbo. You guys have seen my. I've put the picture of my my street car up, haven't I? I don't drive it very. I need to start driving it more. My wife's going to kill me if I don't start driving it more. So here, I'll throw this up there. This is a similar car. This is actually my car. I built this car in, I think, probably 2014. I think I built it. Let me do this. There's my car. There you go. When I built that. So it's pretty cool. So that's a Rocket Bunny RX-7. All right, let's roll with it.
So I was looking to see your car. I was like responding to a message.
Oh, you didn't get to see the car?
I didn't see the car. I was in another page. My bad.
That's all right. All right, I'll bring it back up. Stand by. No, wait. I gotta bring it back up. My bad. I'm sorry.
No. My bad. I should have paid attention when you were showing it.
It's all right, man. It's all good. So that's my car.
Oh, that's nice. See,
Yeah,
I can't fit in those cars. They're just too damn small for me, bro. Like I
mean,
just looking at it, I feel claustrophobic just looking at it. You know that? Like that's how I feel. Like, oh my gosh, I need a truck or something. Like my favorite car, and this is weird, is a 1970 Buick Riviera. That's what I want. One of these days, I'm gonna find one.
I drove that thing. Like I actually had people like wondering about that. Oh, there's a video file.
Like
I was trying to find a picture when I cut the shit out of it. I'm trying to find a picture when I cut the shit out of it.
I mean, those look so fucking sweet. I just look at it and I'm like, I can see the door not closing because of my shoulders. Not gonna lie, looks like a little bit like Lightning McQueen.
It does look like Lightning McQueen, and it is every Halloween. It is Lightning McQueen. There, see, I cut the shit out of the fenders so that you could actually do it.
Damn.
Yeah, that's what I did.
That's badass.
Yeah.
That's a badass.
Yeah. So.
See, I wish I would have met you when I was out there when we were out in Kansas when we had our Mustang 69. Oh, you would probably have loved it. We had two of them. So we had fastback. Ford fastback Mustang.
Yeah.
Sold that one. And then we had a 71 or 70 Mustang, not fastback, just a regular one. The was it 3.320 engine?
I'm not a Mustang guy personally, but my my stepdad was.
It was
Yeah.
a project. It was a project.
Yeah. Well, they're all projects, man. I mean, when I got that when I got the car that I built the Rocket Bunny out of, I literally I traded an Audi I had for it for like no money. And it
And
was
Ghost, I used to have a Mater truck. Shut the fuck up. I love my Mater truck.
yeah. And I just so what I ended up I just drove it every day. I didn't even think anything about it. And then with the black car, the MX-5,
yeah.
with the MX-5, we won a bunch of credit with one of my vendors one year. They had a program where if we put their stickers on the car, they would give us a contingency money every time we won, but it was in credit that we had to spend there, and that was fine. And I ended up with like $4 grand, $5 grand worth of credit with them, and I was like, "What the fuck am I going to buy?" And that kit had just been released, and I'm like, "I'm gonna just go completely jack shit crazy on my RX-7," and I did. I cut it up, and I still have it. I actually have 4 of them total. I have that one, I have the red one, and then I have a black one and a silver one and a Montego blue one. The
Nice.
the other 3 will eventually be for sale, but that's what I used to do. I used to do all this cool stuff, and it's
You don't do it no more for fun. Like you don't do it like. I mean, obviously,
I'm mostly dealing
do
with
it for
airplanes
fun.
now. Yeah, mostly I deal with airplanes now.
You're tired of vehicles that on the ground. You want to just go start defying gravity and shit. I got you.
It's not so much that. It's just that like I have a limited amount of time now because I'm always doing something different.
Yeah.
And it's actually easier for me now to just I don't know, I don't know, it's just different with cars now. I almost bought this car 2 years ago.
Do you prefer working on older vehicles?
It doesn't
that
matter.
Are not so inclined with like the electrical.
Oh no, dude, I'm a EFI guru. Like people ask me to this day, even though I've been retired since 2015, dude. Like we're getting close to 10 years of retirement, and I still have people who will call me up and say, "Hey man, I need you to tune my car for me." And I'm like, "Nope, I don't do it anymore." I almost bought this car. This is a UGR Superleggera Gallardo. It's about 1,800 horsepower. That's pretty cool. And I could have bought it for that's my rifle. Never mind. Excuse me. Sorry.
Don't show us those. Oh my gosh. TOS.
You see the blood? You see the blood on that? Look at that.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
So that was a bad day. I fell on my face. But anyway, so that's a UGR. It's got the billet pretty much at fucking everything. I almost bought that. I could have bought it. I think I would have got it for right at 200. It's probably where what the fuck's a picture of a building doing in there? I don't know. I don't know what the fuck is going on with these pictures, but just skipping randomly around. But anyway, it was a cool car. Could have bought it right. I think sold it better, but whatever. So yeah.
I know what that's
all right.
All right. So let me just put this up here.
Yeah, man.
And just kind of like, I just kind of want to hear your talking points on. I'm not going to play much of it. I'll play like 10 minutes. I'm going to play to like 1.5 because they talk really slow. But you got to present it, boss, because I don't have.
Oh yeah. I'm sorry. I thought it was still up on the stage. My bad.
No worries.
Here is how you understand women so that you can actually interoperate with them. The black pill sort of takes a view of, nah, we're not even going to bother trying to work with them or understand them. They're all just completely beyond retrieve. And we're just going to go over here and take our marbles and go pout, basically. Strong men don't pout. That's what weak men do. So, but trashing the red pill isn't going to make strong men. It's just not. So, Steve,
Okay. Well, our first clip, we're going to play something from Glenn Lawrence. And this is about 10 minutes. I don't know if we'll play all of it, but it kind of illustrates that, well, this came from a stream with Grid One. And Grid One he doesn't disagree with a lot of the points of the red bill, but he adamantly disagrees with the red bill. So this is Glenn's response. You want to cue that one up?
And so this is why I think that Andrew Wilson refutes being red pill, and I hear quite often Lawrence refutes being red pill, and I've always, but these guys are like, they're like, red pill saves us, red pill's going to save this, and red pill's going to do that, and as much as I would like it to be that easy and true, I just don't see how they reconcile it. And then of course he left, and now I will have to wait till next time. But go ahead,
So-
Glenn. I know that you're chomping at the bit.
sorry.
Chomping. Maybe not.
Okay, class, are we ready? No, Glenn's
Oh
here.
boy. I'm gonna
This
mute my
is-
microphone.
This is the thing, class. The best thing I can say about Red Pill is this. Red Pill did a great job at the descriptors of the problem. They were able to point out the problem. They made light. They brought, the problem that men face out. And, we all can agree that, men are having problems with women when it comes to dating or, even marriage. They point out the flaws in our divorce court that many men are suffering from. And when they say that marriage is a trap, or they wouldn't advise men to get married, they base it on some pretty irrefutable facts, right? They take the information that is made readily aware through science, like Dr. Marty Hazelton, Dr. Buss, right? David Buss. And they say, hey, if women are behaving this way, and men are behaving this way, and these are the problems that we're seeing here, maybe it's because we have told guys that women are sweet and nice and everything, sugar and spice and all that stuff, and that's not the truth. So what they have done, what?
I'm kidding.
And, so what they have done is they have pointed out fundamentally what are the problems that our men are facing. And one of them is how feminism is, right? I don't hear any Christians, very rarely do I hear Christian pastors, and I can say this, I have never heard a Christian pastor before the red pill go out and say that feminism is the problem. Okay? So now we realize that feminism is the problem. The red pill did great at providing the descriptors to the problems men face.
You know what?
Where
think
I
that's
have a
enough.
problem with the red pill is not the descriptors.
What do you say,
I
Steve?
am in a line.
That's enough. Let's cut it off there.
Okay.
I mean, he goes on. It's not that the rest of what he says is invalid, but I just realized he's already wrong about his take on things. They did a great job with the descriptors.
Wrong, Glenn.
He's going to go on to say, well, it's the prescriptions that are the problem. Well, that's perception. I think toward the end of the stream, I will point out that it's the descriptors that it's the problem. Not that the descriptors are wrong, it's that no one wants to accept those harsh truths. So, we'll get into this and we'll explore everything that Glenn was going to say. But the point is, the other point of that stream was, there was pushback on the red bill, and Glenn countered that. So now let's play the one by Rollo. This was only like 25 seconds.
yeah, I'm gonna have to switch tabs. So here we go.
Where like Mike Sartain will be broadcasting Access Vegas Live, and I will be as well. But we are now going to our exclusive Rumble channel for those shows, and because we're under a lot of scrutiny right now, especially this the manosphere, the red pill, whatever we want to call it right now. I'm almost ready to move away from the term red pill, but I don't know how I would ever possibly be able to do something like that. I'm Rollo Tomasi. I am the author of The Rational Male. I am the
Okay.
There's a lot of pressure to get away from red pill on like every front, isn't there?
Yeah,
Yeah,
there is
We felt it. I
a
felt
lot.
Yeah.
we did. Yeah. Oh, and we thought about it.
it. Nah, we said we'll own it. But
Well,
still-
yeah, we looked at the
we're primarily
alternatives,
Christians, yeah. But we are red pill.
and okay.
Watch. They're going to start
for my
getting
thinking
into.
was, okay, yeah, I can move away from red pill, but where else would I go?
That's the problem right
And
there.
I couldn't answer that question. Well, where else am I going to go?
Steve,
that
you need to go to
I
the
can
black
do
pill.
same thing? No, I still kind of like women. I just don't have a woman in my life right now.
Oh, okay. So the black pill is not a great place for men who actually still want to talk to women.
Yeah.
A
If you
cult.
wanna
Oh, that's a
move
good
in-
word.
If you want to move to a monastery where it's all men and that's your focus, okay, go ahead, take the black pill. But otherwise, women got created God created us male and female. So, women have something that we like.
Yeah.
Probably something men need.
Hey,
And okay, I still accept that.
man should take delight in his wife. There's nothing wrong with that. That's a good thing. It's a good thing to aspire to.
And I'm gonna play something they said
So what's the
earlier.
problem? And of
All right.
more
Awesome.
pure analysis, and usually the analysis goes down, but and then they just start fighting over theology. No, not to say fighting over theology is bad, but it's a constant withdrawal,
Right.
and less impact.
Well, the other thing is, we in the red pill, we understand female
We
nature.
in
That
the
is
red pill. Hold on,
one of
I
the
passed
core
it.
sort of teachings of.
Hold on, it's right here.
Because red pill is not anti-Christian. It's
Okay.
not pro-promiscuity.
That was it. Did you hear that?
Pro promiscuity.
Yeah. Red pill is not pro promiscuity, and it's not anti-Christian. So like my whole take on it was just like, everybody's entitled to their opinion.
Absolutely.
Everybody's absolutely entitled to their opinion. My thing is that what cracks me up, he said the one thing that I think I don't think very many like Christian men or even biblical patriarchal men had disagreed on. Like the one thing I would say they all agreed with is probably the descriptions of what the red pill provides. The descriptions of the problems that men are dealing with. Feminism, gynocentrism, hypergamy, open hypergamy as wild as it's running. They don't seem to disagree with any of those things.
Yeah.
Right. The lack of accountability from women in court, or and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Like, all that stuff they agree with.
There's
And
a
that's
lot.
that's a lot of things that like I agree with what they're saying, like with the red pill. Like, but most people, especially Christians, the biggest problem that they have is the prescription element of like getting your notch count up, bang a bunch of chicks, spin plates. Like that's where, like, don't get married. That's where, I would say the Christians, especially like any Christian, or even like the patriarchal side would disagree with you, is like, no, this is where we draw the line. We don't agree with this. There's no difference between this and feminism in their eyes. And I could understand that. So I'm like, how do you guys saying that it's the descriptions that are the problem and it's not the prescriptions? That's the part that I don't understand.
So I was thinking about this, and I actually kind of talked about it with my wife earlier today, and I said it kind of bugs me because on the one hand, the dick side of me says these are just a bunch of guys who don't want to be wrong, and they're going to basically say anything that is necessary to twist what their position is into being right. Like they will straw man everybody else's argument. They're going to move goalpost, all of the above to make their position to be the correct position. And I've kind of seen them do it on pretty much everything that they've done. And I'm interested to see if they go into a debate atmosphere, which they've talked about doing, how far they get using those tactics. Cause I mean, I don't see that as a winning strategy personally.
Yeah.
The dick side of me wants to just call it that. Right. But I was talking to my wife about it, and she's like, I think you're looking at this wrong. Everything they say has to do with women. They're not talking about red pill in their job, in their life, everything. It's just women. They're actually
they're staying just in the
centrically focused.
Well, they're staying exactly in the red pill as a praxeology within the within intersexual dynamics.
Right. Yeah. and she, and you know, and so when you're doing that, then you can't actually, first of all, I don't think you can be red pill at that point, because red pill is not just a relationship doctrine, it's a lifestyle doctrine. And therefore, if you're not going to live the lifestyle, then you're not really red pill. And all you're really doing is you're picking and choosing, like you know, so many other people do. So that, and I think that that's probably pretty more accurate. I did invite them to come on last night. They didn't respond. And again, I personally, I think they're just, I'm going to side with my wife on this one. I think they're very upset, disheartened, whatever the descriptor of the feeling is that they need to assign to it. They're hurt where it comes to women, and they're using the red pill tenets to justify their current actions and to and use it as a sort of crutch to lean on, so that they can deal with women, which is weird. And I think that you were right when you said that they're looking back. They're using red pill to look back on their previous relationships, which gives them the tainted lens that we talked about earlier. I think that just basically sums it up. And I think that them kind of omitting you and not saying that you are, not a feminist is, I think that they're mistaken in your worldview and world and your positioning on marriage and all of that, because of
I think where
some presuppositions. I think.
where they
Hang on one
struggle
second.
is-
Before we get back into it, I'm sorry. Hey, mods, let's. I'd like to get 2 people up here. If Di or whatever her name is wants to come up, that would be
Mrs. D,
cool.
you mean? Mrs.
Huh?
D? You said Mrs. D?
Mrs. D. Okay, thank you. D. D-I-I is D.
Yeah, it's an
Okay,
Australian
Mrs. D,
thing.
if she wants to come up, that would be great. Maybe Farney or
Fuck that guy. No, I'm kidding.
fuck that guy. All right.
No, Farney's awesome.
Farney's awesome. Let Farney come up. And if we could get the or maybe the podcast guy. See that there's
Is Beans up in there?
I saw him earlier. Where did he go? Just Jerry podcast.
Oh, just Jerry. He's the homie, man. He's been following me for a hot minute.
So if we can get any one of those or all 3 would be fine. I don't want more than 3 at a time additional. So I like to have a good panel, but I don't want to get into a yelling match. So because it's a chill stream, bro. This isn't debate bro night. This is chill stream night. Farney is based. I like Farney. We don't agree on everything, but I like disagreeing with him. So that's what's up. All right, let me send. I got to send a link to these guys. So just give me 1 second. I'm sorry. You can continue on. Glenn, I apologize. I just I wanted to do that before I went too much further.
Yeah, no, like I was just basically saying, like, to take what I don't know, like I think it's like they took what I said and took it very in a disingenuous way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
And here, okay, I don't think I'm not. This is not me trying to like gas myself up here. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But it comes off as like they're trying to rebrand the red pill.
Yeah.
Right. And like, oh, cool. Maybe, yeah, like, and maybe that's what like the space needs. But here's the problem with rebranding something. Unless everybody is on board with your rebranding, you're not rebranding anything. You may rebrand yourself. You may rebrand what, like maybe you're cutting out your own little piece of the red pill pie and saying this is the new red pill, right? And that's cool.
Yeah.
Do your thing. right? Like,
Well,
no
so
problem
that's
with that.
actually that's a good point, sir. What they're doing is they're saying that their interpretation of the red pill is the original red pill, and we have all strayed, and we just and I don't and we just don't understand the
Well, like if you heard some of like the terms that they said, like we understand women, like we study women, like we like it's almost like they said it as if they are
I've heard them say that. I didn't
like
believe
they
it.
are like an authority of womanism, and I don't think even Rollo or any of the major like R&D guys with that's just like research and development guys in the space would even say that they understand women to that degree, right? Like they would probably be like, it's a praxeology, right? They'll just say it's a praxeology. It's based on how we observe behaviors over time, right? They would never sit there and be like, we study women, we know women, like we're educated in women, like like it just I don't know. I don't speak with authority saying this I know for a matter of fact, right? But I always am wary of people that come off as a matter of fact, like they are the authority of it. Because then I'm like, ooh, I got questions, right?
Right.
And all I was getting at was that if this is like, if this right here is the inerrant, flawless word of God, and that's what Christians believe. Christians believe that this right here, the Bible, is inerrant and flawless word of God. This is perfect.
Right.
There's no errors. There's no deception. There's no thing that we got to discard, right? So if this is the standard of perfect and completely absolute truth, right? If this is, because the red pill is like they are committed to absolutism or absolute truth, then it doesn't get more absolute truth than the Bible from a biblical worldview, right? So if that's the case, then you measure then all information provided elsewhere to that same standard of absolute truth. Well, we know that besides the Bible, we cannot find anything else that is that flawless, right? There's no documents, there's no science, there's no data that is as flawless as the Bible. So what that means is that if we're going to take the truth, we have to sift through what is in the red pill and sift out and see what is true or not, right? And what is not true, right? So then once we get what is true, and I boil it down to the prescriptions, I think the prescriptions are true. I think in red pill descriptions of the problem men are facing, I think that is true. I think that's absolute true. Now their prescriptions, I don't believe it's absolute true. Actually, I know that I have problems with some of the prescriptions. So since I can't like say that it's absolute true, I take what I know from the red pill is true, and then I take the Bible and I go, I know this is absolute true. And now I take the what I know is true, and I have two tools. I know how to look for the problem with the descriptions from the red pill, and then with the Bible, I know how to solve the problem with the prescriptions from the Bible. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I would think that a former pastor, Nick, and everyone else would be on board with that. Be like, yeah, that's the way to go. And I don't get it. But like during the stream, like Donovan Sharp's all messaging me like, yo, are you good? Like, what's going on here?
I don't actually understand Pastor Nick at all, actually, to be honest with you.
He's a good guy. He's a really good guy.
Seems like it, but at the same time, he seems very odd, off a little bit.
We're all a little
CG,
off.
CG, thank you, man. He sends $4.99. Thanks for all the support you've given me and Glenn. We've gotten a lot more supporters, met new people, built our own Discord, etc. Hey, man, that's, it's a community, right? Like this is not. I'm not on an island. I'm here to.
Although we would like to be.
I mean, right about now, I'd buy an island if I could find one for sale.
Shoot.
I'd fucking buy it. My wife wouldn't, but I would. So, but yeah, it's been an interesting thing to do, and so and I don't want to get bogged down too much with these guys because again,
me neither. I just was like,
my biggest criticism of them is that first of all, I just don't think that they're interpreting red pill properly. I feel like, I really hate it when I have to say I feel like, but I feel like what we're actually seeing is not adult men interpreting complex issues using a set of descriptors and instructions to better themselves. That I don't think that's what we're seeing. What I feel like I'm seeing is guys who are taking this tome, okay, this piece of knowledge, and rather than using it as intended, they're twisting it and using it, as you said, back through that tainted lens to tear apart their old relationships, and not what they did wrong, but what the women did wrong. And there's nothing wrong with them. They're men. And this is a really good topic, right? Like, why is it that most men are 100% ready to admit when they are wrong, except when it comes to women?
Well, because it feels like they were a failure in a relationship always lands on the man.
Yeah.
Right. It just does. Let's just be honest. That's the reality of things. Oh, you can't keep her happy. You can't keep your woman in line.
On you? Why did she cheat on you? You must have done something.
You must suck in bed. Like, like
you had to do something.
You had to do something to deserve it. So it's always the thing. It's always like this, like, we automatically assume that there's the problem, that men are the problem.
Yeah.
Just by default. So with that already, like, it, in our minds, it's like we already, that's a condition. We have been programmed for that. Right. I think that's part of the feminism. And what gets me is that this is the part that really gets me.
Yeah.
It bothers me when it just seems like they're not being objective when they look at the red pill, or they look at what the thought leaders in the space are writing, or that they are sharing, or that they're speaking about, or that they're talking about, right? When they're unable to be objective with what is being put out there in the space, and not say, hey, we can't accept this. This is not good. We are discarding this part of it. So, and come to the, just objectively looking at it and be like, this is good. This is good. This is not so good. We're going to remove this, but this is good. Right? That's looking at something objectively. When they're like, no, you got to take all the red pill, and then like when I say it's the prescriptions that are wrong, and like, no, it's not. Like, it just, to me, it just kind of throws me through a loop. Like, can you not be objective? And that's worries me. And anybody that cannot be objective and look at their own worldview or their own belief system and find the flaw, or acknowledge the shortcoming in their thought, to me, that makes you an ideologue.
Yeah.
And that's where it's dangerous. That's where it's dangerous. It's like, if for whatever reason, good, let's say like, you know, you were sole believer on whatever you believe in, trophies or gold, right? And I proved to you like, hey man, it's actually not gold, it's kind of plastic, right? And you're like, and I even show you that, like, look at this trophy right here that you have right here, it's plastic. And you just cannot accept the fact that that is plastic, you know, and that you just put that there. You just made that one look like plastic. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, okay. I didn't even touch your damn trophies, you know, that you know damn well I didn't do it. But like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you just cannot acknowledge the reality of it. That's when it's dangerous, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Give me one second. I'm gonna hit that. Last night, Ghost 1978 picked up my 17-year-old daughter from work. On the way home, she told me she's a feminist. We're going to have a big conversation tomorrow. I bet you are.
Ooh, I would not want to be the fly on that. Actually, you know what? I would want to be the fly on that
That'd be
wall.
very interesting. But so here's the thing, though, man. Like, I something that you said there is really interesting. I'm not really sure. I'd really love other opinions on this. Tina, get in here. Get up on the panel, man, or girl, whatever, woman,
whatever you are,
whatever you
like,
want to be. I don't know. Anyway,
people identify with whatever they want today. Just be whatever.
Yeah,
you want.
it's. I don't want to get.
I don't want to properly misgender you.
I don't want to get woke up. So here's the thing. Again, I think with these specific guys, they probably are you know, so I think that most people can look at say Fresh and Fit, right? Fresh and Fit are great guys. I'm sure Viking seems to really like them, and you know, he seems like a solid dude. But if I were a guy that was like coming off of a divorce and trying to get my life together, and I found this terrific resource in the in these descriptors, as much as I would be tempted to, I'm not sure that I would use Fresh and Fit as an example, right?
Did you hear? Sorry to put it.
Go ahead.
You know, Fresh and Fit is our like changing their show lineup, so they're not doing the nighttime shows anymore. I'm not sure if you were with me on my stream when we were covering that.
You know, I kind of jumped off right as you started going into that. I heard that they're going to what's going on in here. I did hear that they are that their format is changing. And you kind of have to assume that it was going to have to change eventually, no matter what.
Oh yeah.
Because the way that they were going, it was just basically, it's like any other kind of
the evolution was going to have to happen.
Yeah, it's going to have to happen, because at some point you take the gig, you take that gag too far, and then you just can't take it any further, right? And so you got to get to the next. You got to move to the next gag. So, and I don't, you know, and I think it's the right move for them 100%. I think that they need to do that. They need to change things up. They need to do various things to make that happen, and reformat the show. And I'm not saying change the whole show, but just change up some of the parts of it. And I think that what they've been finding is that they get a lot of criticism for the way that they approach
the night show.
Yeah, the night show. A lot of criticism, and it's really not worth it for them. And see, this is where I think that, you know, everybody was critical of Brian over whatever, as you know, supposedly he ripped them off or whatever. But what he did that they didn't do is he actually like has conversations. They're, you know, for the most part, it's a much calmer show. They do have, you know, lately it's been a lot of drama, but I think that's the girls bringing that in there themselves.
It's not so much like what's the word? It's not like they're getting Frank Castled and
Yeah.
all this other stuff. It is literally like just they're having better conversations now, although Andrew is dunking on them, and
right. So and it's interesting because they were having good conversations before. Now they've like completely upped the game, and now the problem is they have Andrew to deal with. Right, like they got better, but
I would
they
say
brought in
that's
Andrew.
that was the
pro.
missing piece for
It
like
was.
Fresh
I
and
told
Fit,
Brian
like,
for a long time. I said, really the big problem with whatever has always been that it was one guy versus 8 women at the table, and they would what would almost always end up happening is they kind of gang up in groups of 3 or 4, and they'd snipe at each other, but mostly they would snipe at Brian. And so he comes, of course, to get them back in order, he has to kind of jump on them, and then he looks like a jackass, right?
Yeah.
And so he, so he brought Chase in, and Chase did okay, but Chase was too much. So the difference between Chase and Andrew is,
Chase was too much of like a holy roller. Like
worse. He was a clip
yeah.
farmer. He was
that's true,
Andrew
too.
doesn't give a flying fuck about the clips.
Yeah.
Right? Like Andrew just does not care. Andrew's just going to say what comes to his mind. He's going to do what needs to be done. He's going to call them on their shit. Where I don't know if you ever watched a show with Chase. Chase would pick like one girl.
Yep. And he just like stay on her.
And he would just like, it's like going down a fucking rabbit hole. Well, how'd you feel about that? Why did you feel that way? Are you sure that's the way you felt? Can you really? And he was, what he was looking for is he's trying to clip farm this moment where he led her to Christ or whatever. And I hated that. And I think that was a lot of, I don't know. And Brian, if you're watching it, Brian's probably in the fucking audience right now. I sent him the link if he wants to come up. But if you're doing that, right? If you're going to be if you're going to put yourself in a situation, then somebody calls you on it. I think it caused a lot of friction between Brian and Chase.
Oh yeah, I think the way that Chase handled his whole like calling out the red pill, and like the whole like that whole thing that he did, then calling it like the other side of feminism, the male version of like that whole thing, like I think that really kind of was hurting Brian, like, image and Brian's brand and the whatever brand in general.
Yeah, I think that's accurate.
And Brian's like, I need distance from this because like, yeah, it's like I'm not cool with this line of like, because it's bad for business for Brian because he has a bunch of red pill content creators go there. Now, I can't say I have seen since then. Has there been any big red pill names that been over to whatever since?
Well,
January?
I think that's because Andrew. I think they're concerned with the thing is that when they have somebody come on, like what's his name? He's not really fuck. What's that guy's name? I cannot think of that dude's name. The black guy, the Satan Center.
Oh, Marquette.
Marquette, yeah.
I got his number too.
So Marquette came on, and that was he didn't come on when Andrew was there, and so did Officer Tatum.
Oh, but see, like, okay, Marquette's not even red pill. He would even say that he's not red pill. That he'll even tell you that he's actually against the red pill. Now he's more like red pill adjacent, right? But
mods, get Richard Madsen a link, please, sir. Please, sirs. But there's multiple sirs. I don't have any female mods. It's interesting because the other day Jack was going off about a female mod banning him. I'm like, I don't have any female mods except Josie, and she hasn't been in here as a mod in like a month. Like I had actually had to ask her if she was okay the other day because I hadn't seen her online in so long.
She's been streaming late at night. I noticed that.
Yeah,
But
she might have a job.
well, I know she's been
KOD.
doing some work too. I know she's working on something. But like
She's a great
No, I just-
great back end person.
oh yeah, I totally see that. I don't see again, I don't recall anybody, and yeah, you could say it's because of Andrew, but you know, Andrew's cool with Rolo and he's been cool with Mike Sartain. Like Andrew's pretty cool with many of the red pill, like the well-known red pill content creators. He's cool with Fresh and Fit. Like he's cool with Pearl. Like, so I don't see Andrew being on whatever, being a reason why those guys wouldn't want to come on, you know, personally. But what do I know? I don't know anything.
Richard Madsen, WMD is the bot. WMD will not send you anything unless you post a link, and then it'll give you a timeout. So, I like this sport brand. I feel as though a man should be somewhat obstinate in his beliefs. Being easily swayed out of your own beliefs make me question if they ever really believed in it. I agree with that. And you know, as we've seen, even when I am capable of admitting when I'm wrong. However, you're going to have to really be right to get me to admit I'm wrong. So, as some of you have seen, I don't know that everyone has.
Well, and it's like, okay.
Oh, Tina's in it.
Am I
Tina's
wrong?
Up. And Demolished Doctrine, Richard Madsen. Hello, Mr. Madsen. How are you tonight? Your showing is muted.
Me or no, Demolished,
No,
right?
no, Mr. Madsen was muted.
It
Welcome,
just all
Mr.
went
Madsen.
so quick. I was still muted. Peace and respect to you all.
Well, thank you, sir. I hope you're having a great evening.
Every day.
Every day. That's right. Another day. All right. Well, you were on so fleetingly on the other stream earlier, and you had some good things to say. So I thought that I would, since I saw you there, I'd bring you up and let you. Well, first of all, I'd like to know who you are. I haven't seen your streams.
Gosh, when I figure that out, I'll tell you.
I'm in that same
Yeah,
boat.
I spend a lot of time being quiet and letting, you know, like a stream, I let thoughts pass through me. And I find that most of the things I think are not worth saying. So I don't. But then every once in a while, something will happen. So if I was to say, who am I? To age 42, an anti-theist making the positive claim there can be no gods. Corrected. Became a theist in about 20 minutes. When I was shown things that are true in reality that were outside of my experiential range, and should have been outside of the experiential range of those people of that time and in that part of the world. I know that for a fact, yet are in the text. I have no way to justify that other than mankind on this earth did not author these stories. I became a theist.
Okay. Are you of which version do you practice?
I believe that the God is not prejudiced, told everyone the truth, and what we're actually having is problems understanding other cultures.
Okay. Interesting.
Which is pretty predictable, actually.
Yeah. Okay. I like it. So I was raised Southern Baptist myself, and it occurs to me that when you were saying that, it occurs to me I was in a military school, and we were at we were actually done a sweat lodge and the guy who was doing a sweat lodge, people were talking to him because he was a tribal sort of guy, and I want to put this correctly because if I don't, it may not make sense. He was asked which version of Christianity did he prescribe to. He said, well, none in particular. I read my Bible. I go to church if there's a church here, then I go there. If there's a church there, I go to that church. I'm not a member of a community beyond Christian.
Mm-hmm.
And one of my schoolmates, actually, I'm sorry, I had a message. I apologize for the pause there. I don't want you to think I was being disingenuous. One of my schoolmates said, well, I'm Jewish. What does that make me? And this guy said something that's very interesting to me. And this is why I don't worry about anybody else's religion but my own. And that is, you can't say I'm right and I can't say you're wrong. But soon enough, we're all going to find out.
Oh, great. No, I could say I'm right.
I mean, you can say it.
And I will say it.
You can say it.
I am right. You are wrong. There we go.
And I will agree with you.
And I will be.
Interesting thing
I would be worried if you agreed with me.
That's an interesting thing coming from a Southern Baptist, but my stance on it is very simple. God's word is God's word. You either abide by it or you go to hell. That's simple. I don't care which version of Christianity you prescribe to. Just it's God's word. Understand it. Live by it. Don't go to hell. That easy. Seems easy, right? What could be simpler? They even gave you a manual, a book that you can read, find answers in. I don't know. It's weird. Well, great having you, Richard. Did you have anything specific that you would like to discuss or questions that you want to ask or just come up?
I probably would hang out and mostly be quiet unless something happened.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I mean, the people make false correlations all the time. I'd like to take advantage of that. Mm-hmm. By being seen with intelligent people, and they will mistakenly think I'm intelligent. So I'm all for that.
You were known by the company you keep.
you consider me intelligent. I like you. Are you talking about grid? Okay.
You can always prove me wrong later, but for now, yeah.
I like you, Richard.
I knew you were talking about grid the whole time. Don't worry about it.
I like you, buddy. You're all right.
Thanks, sir.
So we're gonna get a raid here in a few minutes from the Crucible. I don't know how many people they got over there. It's probably about 1,000 or so. So we'll just try and keep them entertained while they're here. Are
you not entertained?
So they were talking about Christian nationalism versus Christian
anarchy.
Anarchy. Yeah. So that's very interesting. There's a lot of.
What is Christian anarchy though? Like.
I don't know.
I'm actually intrigued. Just I know what Christian nationalism is, but Christian anarchy, that is. I'm kind of fascinated. Kind of wanted to know. I'm thinking like Mad Max with like, crosses made out of iron, and like I don't know, like guns, like Machine Gun Preacher.
I'm not really sure how that works out. I'm not really sure. So how did the debate go? All the guys incoming, I would love to hear about it. Unfortunately, I have been super busy all day. I've been on panel or doing actual physical work, which we know how much we all love that. I actually enjoy physical work, but not everybody does. And
I enjoy it.
Is anarchy really mob rule, or is it I just want to do what I want and I don't care what you think about it?
And then wouldn't that just be like libertarian?
It sounds like libertarianism, right? Like, I don't know, but I'm not
like, it sounds like libertarian, but cooler.
So, in what way is it cooler?
Like it just sounds cooler. I didn't say it was cooler. It just sounds.
Oh,
cooler.
okay. Sounds cooler. I got you. I got you. That helps me understand. Very
like
good.
it's kind of like it sounds
Very
like it's
good.
a little bit more like, ooh, it's more like rebellious. They're anarchists. You know what I'm saying? Like, ooh, they're more, they're like the kids that wore black everywhere.
Yeah.
Like the Irish, the underground in Ireland.
Yeah.
I don't know, Lewis Joyce, and I'm not really sure what. Guys in the chat, here's the thing with 500 people in here. The chat's going slow now, but it's going to speed up in just a second, and then I won't be able to see what you're trying to say. So if I don't address it, please do not get upset.
Just super chat. That's what I do.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's a
if you
good
want
plan.
your point across, you want to get your point across, super chat.
Yeah. The TTS is actually turned off this evening. So Matt, Mr. Madsen, so you saw what we were talking about earlier, and you sat in on the panel quite a while, and you did when you commented, it was a very good comment. What did you think of the discussion and how it kind of ebbed and flowed?
Which topic was he on?
Well, he was in on the tail end of the abortion topic.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. There were so
Yeah.
many topics we were going over.
Yeah, he was.
It's all a blur to me.
I mean, like I said then, we've had about 50 years to have this conversation, and I think the majority of people have caught up with most of the argumentation. But still, they haven't flushed it all out yet. So I just came in to point out that there are some basic principle ideas which can be used as justification for choice over life, and that they're already decided laws. There's really no discussion there. I'll give you for instance. A man commits a robbery at gunpoint with a woman, a female, and gets too excited, too nervous, whatever, bumps his elbow on something, shoots her and kills her. Turns out she was pregnant. Now we don't even have anything that recognizes she knew she was pregnant. There is no will, there is no intent there is no, there's nothing going on. The very fact that she was pregnant, he can be charged with double homicide. So that declares that as soon as it can be tested to be pregnant and that test could come back positive, that's a human.
Yes.
Okay, so there's a precedent right there. So there's really nothing to talk about.
What's an interesting, there's a bunch of interesting conversations to have in there that are just interesting to have, whether they change anything or not. When you were listening to the conversation, you seem to be paying a lot of it, and very very well attention. You were paying attention very well. Thank you. What was your observations as to the individual players, and how did you feel like that? Who was acting in good faith, bad faith, that sort of thing?
I think there was. I would not mention names because I don't. I'm not doing that.
Fair enough.
Just for personal reasons. But
can you name the gender?
Yeah, that's okay. It's okay. I'm just curious because
I'm kidding.
I like debate breakdowns, and I like to be able to say, well, this person they were being, absolutely. I mean, we all saw what happened, so it's not secret, right? This person's being very calm and talking in a reasonable manner and making good points. This person is kind of spurging out and making the same point over and over again, even though it's been refuted 3 times. That kind of thing is interesting to me academically, just so that I know actually that's correct. Hang on, I can't. I'll deal with that in a minute. I lost my train of thought. It's okay.
You were saying a person might be repeating themselves,
right? Well, or whatever the dynamic is. First of all, it helps me understand how to do better myself. And second, I really like to understand what other people see during these discussions. Sometimes to me, they're slow, they're pedantic. Sometimes they can be somewhat tumultuous, a little bit of turmoil. People don't really understand things. And so I'm always the one thing that where you're very silent, I'm very observant, and I always want to refine my craft, regardless of what that craft is. I'm always refining it. So if the more information I have, the more the better I feel about it. So
Pretty
and
justifiable.
right. And so and in general, I tend to let you know exactly where you stand with me, right? Like and so when other people don't do that, I find that odd, right? Like it to me, that's a very strange thing to be. If I'm being very genuine with you and you're not being very genuine with me, then that's odd. So that's how I see things. Glenn, sees things a little bit differently, and I'm sure, but I'm not sure by how much. Glenn and I actually get along pretty well. And I'm getting a lot of, it seems like that you, yeah, and look, it's fine if he's based Oracle's friend, that's fine. I don't care. People are individuals. We are known by the company we keep, but that's okay. I don't have
like
anything
to judge people based off of their own.
Yeah, so far he's been cool. I'm okay.
He's been on a few times. He's been fine with me. Like,
I don't have a problem. I do get it,
And
guys. I
Andrew would
appreciate the
say
heads up.
same thing. Andrew
Yeah,
would say the same exact thing.
Yeah. And the thing is Andrew may be in later, so you never know. This is his chill stream, and we are chilling. So he may or may not be in.
Chilling like a villain.
That's right. So anyway, yeah, I was just interested in your take on the debate. I wasn't trying to put you on the spot or anything. I know what I
debate
thought.
are you talking about? Like our debate or like that debate?
No, the debate that or the discussion we were having about abortion.
Okay,
That
okay,
that in
cool,
on, right? Like I don't know. This is my first interaction with Richard.
I'm sorry,
So
I'm be quiet.
I
You guys
don't know anything about him.
Here's what I think's true.
Yeah.
I think when a person over personalizes and internalizes some certain topic, they have a tendency to become emotional about it. And as soon as you're in an emotional state, there's a risk of fight and flight response. So when people get into like filibustering via repetitiveness or something like that, it's because they're no longer using logic. It's because they've gone into a fight response. And you can see those who aren't overly internalizing by saying, well, who is staying rational through this? Who is trying to exercise good thinking? And then, of course, you always have the problem that it was something about the early 70s in the United States, depending on where you were, that they just took teaching basic logic out of the curriculum in fundamental studies. Yeah,
that's true. We talk a lot about that. So I'm going to, so since you were there and as a matter of fact, everybody up on the panel was there for the discussion earlier, I'm just going to say that, and I really hope what was that guy's name? Bean?
Yeah, Beans.
Yeah, Beans, little podcast review or something like that.
Yeah.
I like that guy a lot.
Oh yeah, me too.
Me too.
But I think his take was a little off. And it was weird that he kept trying to reframe my argument to suit what he wanted me to say, and I wouldn't let him do it. And he kind of got a little bit aggravated about that. And again, everybody remember, Richard, you probably don't know this. I don't particularly care to debate. I can debate. I'm not bad at it. I've proven over and over again that I can do decently well at debating. I just don't particularly care. I would rather have a discussion. I'd rather talk about it. Free exchange of ideas. You go your way, I go my way. No harm, no foul. The problem with the debate is that I go instantly for the jugular. I just want it to be over and done, and You know, that's it. Like there's no art to it with me. It's just, and you'll see that when you were not on, I don't believe, but when the lady came in and was saying that was spewing the typical narrative of the feminist, you know, like, oh, you know, inequality, oh this, oh that. I'm like, oh no, that's bullshit. Let's not start. I'm not going to let you start from the beginning with this narrative that doesn't fit, right? Like there's no point in that. I don't want that. So what I will do instead is I will stop you and I will force you to either back your shit up or we can't move on, because that's how that has to work for me. And
you're right. I did miss it. Was she dragging in new conditions or information or new topics?
No,
or-
it was just the same old.
No, not really.
It was just pretty much the regular,
plate,
like
inequality.
Yeah.
Women couldn't own property. Women couldn't have checking accounts. Women couldn't have credit, no access to credit. And when I shot all of those down in like 3 minutes. And she even, the interesting thing, did you notice this, Glenn, that when I brought up Hetty Green, she knew exactly who she was.
And she started laughing.
Exactly. And I'm like, well, if you know this, if you understand this, why are you repeating lies? If you understand history, well, that's only, you're using an outlier, and I only need the one. You said that women could not do this. You didn't say most women. You didn't say the average woman or whatever. You said women couldn't do it. Who's oh, okay, never mind. I was like, who is she talking to? But I only needed the one argument, and then of course and I can never remember the lady's name who was voted mayor in Kansas in like I want to say like 1835 or 1840, somewhere along in there. But Kansas wasn't a state yet, so I'm not really sure what. I don't know, but still, a woman got voted mayor. That's pretty impressive, guys. Come on,
especially back then too.
Back then, that's pretty damn impressive. So that's a problem with all of these arguments, is that
especially since like they weren't really able to vote.
Right.
No. They weren't still voted on her.
They weren't allowed to vote in the national election for president, but they could vote in local elections. That's the problem with these feminist talking points, is they're stupid and people buy into them all the time. The idea that a woman could not vote in a local election if she wanted to is kind of stupid. And we have proof all throughout especially the West. Now, I will give you that New York, basically Boston, the entire East Coast, right, you're right. Women, they couldn't do shit, right? They were basically exactly what feminists attribute them to be at that period of time. Not that that's good or bad, it's just what it was, right? This is how city life was, you know. But women did own businesses. That's they always forget that. Did somebody get timed out? The bot might get you. You got to be careful. The bot will get you. But you know, they forget that women own businesses in all of those cities. It's just, and the biggest problem I have is that we look back through history through the modern lens, which makes it a tainted lens, and we really can't do that, or we shouldn't do it. I mean, we can do it obviously, but we shouldn't do it. So that was my biggest, you know, that's what started the confrontation between the one lady and myself, and you know, again, then she backed up to the point where she said, well, I'm okay, or I'm you know, I'm pro-life except in these two instances, and then she retreated into her feelings, which I believe you probably heard. Hey, the bot is a brave soul to be in there with you monkeys. Leave that bot alone. He only times you out if you try and post a link. Don't post a link. If you try and post a link, he'll time you out. Guaranteed, 100%. Just don't do it. And he's been defanged mostly. But yeah, so that's very interesting. I thought. And but the other girls were really pretty based about it. I really felt like they had pretty good ideals. So yeah.
I think it's logically fallacious for us to say something like, because I had this personal experience, that experience applies to everyone. Because I feel some certain way about some certain topic, everyone should adopt that. That's not how laws are made.
I found it really painfully annoying that the story shifted as necessary.
The goalpost just kept on shifting.
Well, the story kept shifting too, right? So it was like, well, it's just this and this. Well, you don't understand the horror of being assaulted or violence being committed against you. And I'm like, well, I've been on both sides of violence, and so I think I understand that pretty well. Oh, it's different. You're not a woman. You're not a man. Why? How can you tell me it's different?
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Getting kicked in the nuts changes a fella.
And besides that, I don't know how you guys got to adulthood, but I did it through a gradualistic process of starting out very small and weak and defenseless.
Right.
And
I was born this way. I just came.
You were born that size with the tattoos or without?
The tattoos came with it,
Yeah,
okay.
It's part of a U.S. symbol kit.
It's like, like Superman came with the S. I came with the Punisher on my chest. Big difference.
I mean, there was a point in my life where I didn't know very much about life. I didn't have very much experience. I was physically small, and I was weak. And did people take advantage of that? Yes, sure. Absolutely.
Yeah, I was too. When I was a youngster, I wasn't the smallest kid in my class, but I was definitely the smallest and weakest kid in my class, and I was the poorest kid in my class, and that is 3 strikes, bro. That's 3 strikes. And so I got in a lot of fights. I've really been. This is too fucking good not to put up there. Where is that? There we go. Sorry, I just saw that, and that is awesome.
Pretty much. I'll take it.
Awesome. That or Adam 22. You have to change your hairstyle to be Adam 22.
No, I got to also choose to be a cuck to be Adam 22.
Well, that's true as well.
That ain't happening.
Body double, not actual double. Jeez,
I don't want to be Adam anything too.
You don't want to be Adam 22 anything? All right, that's fair enough. I'll go with that. But it's an interesting thing to talk about, because she kept saying, and then of course that it escalated to where the trauma had actually happened to her. Okay, well, that's terrible, but that doesn't really change my position on the argument, right? Like, everyone's had violence, everyone's had bad things happen to them. There are men that go out and never truly recover from a bad breakup with some woman, right?
Or a fight with a man.
Oh yeah, it's true. You can truly, I mean, it's much more rare now. I think that we understand boosting self-confidence and repairing that sort of thing more now than we used to. But you are right. I do believe that, getting in a fight and losing in front of a bunch of people, that could be bad. Or, just, or you could just be Jake Paul and challenge Mike Tyson to a fight and not show up. That could change a bit as well.
Is that what happened?
I don't think. Did he show up?
I thought they postponed it.
He got sick. Tyson got
I'm not
sick.
good on pop culture, but I believe Mike Tyson said he had an ulcer, had to delay the fight by several months.
Oh, is that what it is? Well, that's good. That's good. It gives Jake more
That
time.
gave Jake Paul some time to get his affairs in order.
Why would you step into a ring with a guy whose literal job it is to knock people out? Like that's,
I mean,
that's
like,
not
look,
smart, man.
look, it's just the 16-second knockout. If that wasn't like, I don't care how old he is. So now he's like 60, right? So now he has a 45-second knockout. Like, I'm not the guy to want to fuck with him. Like, that's dumb.
I don't understand how that is in any way smart. Like that's not,
Hey, you know what? You play dumb games, win dumb prizes.
In this case, he just loses. There's no win.
Oh no, there's a win. I'm gonna laugh. I mean, there's a win for us.
You get to win.
We're gonna laugh.
Yeah, you get to win. The audience wins. It's nothing but sad on his side of on the side of the bench. But yeah, sorry, we got sidetracked pretty good there. That was funny though. It's good. Yeah, interesting. But it was an interesting discussion from earlier. I liked it a lot. I liked it. It was pretty good. So well, Damien, our resident parkour guy, Iron Mike has become Steel Mike. He got that old people strength.
Hell yeah, he do. Like, man, I would not want to. Like, yo, that's just all bad.
I just can think of a lot of things I'd like to do in life, and getting in the ring with a guy who literally specializes in knocking people out. Do you know how hard it is to actually knock someone out?
It's really
knock them unconscious.
That hard. Like
with boxing gloves, it's pretty damn hard. like
well, yeah, with 16-ounce gloves, yeah, that's a lot more difficult.
Yeah, I mean,
but I mean, like, you know, okay, this is me being dumb. I'm that guy that actually would want to get in the ring with Tyson, just to be like, can I take a punch? I just want to know,
right? Just one.
No, because I'm dumb enough to be like, okay, can I get it? Let me try it again. Let me try to throw one at you.
Yeah, right. Oh yeah, that's
I like the challenge of it. Like,
yeah,
like I just don't think that I don't think this kid, what's his name? What's his retarded name?
Jake Paul.
Yeah, that guy. I don't think he's built for it though. I don't think he's the kind of fighter that's built.
He's lanky, man.
Well, it's not to say the kid's not in great shape. The kid's in great shape.
He's in good shape, but he's lanky.
But I know what I'm getting at is like Tyson is a different kind of fighter, mentally speaking, right? Like
Titan should be fighting bulls in fucking Spain.
Like Tyson can go fight a gorilla, and I feel bad for the gorilla, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, it just, to me, it's like Tyson.
No, I understand exactly what you mean. I mean, Tyson, his shoulders alone, like he literally,
he's a killer. Like, let's just face it. Like Tyson is a type like and that's the fighters of that era. Too. It's not like they didn't like, oh, they see you, you know, a little weak or like fatigued or, you know, you're hurt. No, they don't like, okay, I'm gonna just keep it entertaining. Let's keep you, let's make you go out on top, right? Like, no, Tyson's like, blood. Oh, I'm gonna light you up. It's like it's over. And I don't think people realize that when Tyson boxed, every fight was like a battle for life or death for him in his mind. So this is going to be the same thing. And this kid doesn't see warriors like that. Who has he fought that's like legitimate, like a threat? Like anybody?
I don't know. I didn't know who Jake Paul was.
I just knew he had a podcast.
I don't know who that. I didn't even know who he was until until he's fought Tyson, or until he said he was going to fight Tyson. And I guess he does MMA stuff.
Yeah, he has a
So.
podcast with his brother, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I just don't know, man. I'm not getting. Look, I've done a lot of really stupid things in my life. Like I should have died many, many times. I know this. I'm glad that I didn't. I'm well aware that I've cheated death.
He defied death.
Well, I don't know if I defied it, but I mean, I didn't like spit in his face or anything, but I certainly cheated him, right? And there's no way you could convince me to get in a ring with a trained fighter. No, not doing it. No way. So, that's even not, I mean, it's just not smart. Even if I was in that good a shape, even if I was in the same shape Paul is in, and I was, all the way, back when I honestly felt like I was indestructible, I was breaking people's teeth off in my hand, all that kind of thing. Even back then, I wouldn't have done that. It's just not smart. It's just not a good plan. So
nobody said he's a smart kid.
He might have been hit one time to me. Did someone check it, make sure, do the flashlight thing and, make sure.
I hope not. I kind of want to see this fight. Like, I don't want it to go away because I don't see anybody else fighting Tyson anytime soon.
Yeah. Okay.
I need him to stay dumb.
Yeah. So Demolish, while I was kind of sitting here doing this, you may have seen my eyes roving around. You debated iFi. Or you at least had a discussion with iFi.
Mm-hmm.
I feel bad for you. That's painful to deal with that much erratic energy at one time. So
it wasn't that bad. The second show I ever did on the internet was with Matt Dillahunty.
Oh, really?
Oh,
wow.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome.
And I feel bad for you on that one.
No, he actually chose an escape route that most people didn't recognize because I had him over a barrel and he knew it.
Did I didn't watch the whole thing while I was sitting here. I didn't even watch it. I just saw the title and was like, oh, that's.
I have to admit, if I hadn't been a participant, I wouldn't watch the whole thing either.
Honesty, the best policy. I like it. He's not actually allowed in this channel because he kind of lies, and I don't accept liars into my channel. So
that hadn't been my experience of him. Not to deny your experience. Your experience is your own.
I was there when he had a conversation with Andrew that he then represented as a completely different conversation. So
that's
a lie is a lie is a lie. So can't do that. I don't accept that. Right. So anybody else can.
Well, Andrew told me he has misrepresented me, but he came to my channel. That was offensive. I wasn't offended at that.
I have nothing against iFi as a human being. I caught him in a lie. I don't want him on my channel. I don't deal with liars at all. And which is true across the board. If I catch somebody lying, I do not allow them on the. Now, misunderstandings, like I'm not talking about misunderstandings, right? Like if I have a viewpoint that's different from yours and you says, well, I did this and I did that. Well, that's can argue about who's lying, but actual lying is a lie. So, but I thought it was interesting that you had debated him. He debated Jake last week, I think, from VO Pod, and
oh, really?
Yeah, he rage quit. Yeah, he rage quit.
Well, I'm personally very interested in doing more structured debates.
Okay.
And having more structured conversations, moderated. because you could call it humility or you can call it pride, depending on how you look at it. I'd much rather be corrected and become correct than to be left alone and stay wrong.
I like
So
that.
I like that.
I actively seek people who will prove me wrong, and debating is a great way to do that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not. I try to stay away from arguments. Like everybody's like
everybody's debate bro these days.
Yeah, everybody's. I'm like, yo, can we just have a conversation about our differences?
I like conversations.
Like,
I prefer to have conversations about cool stuff, or even just random stuff. Right? Like, it's fine. I don't care. But yeah, I don't. Yeah, and I don't like the. It's not that I 100% dislike the drama. There's a
drama
reality.
doesn't do anything.
Yeah, drama doesn't do anything for me. What's up,
Well, it doesn't do
Stepfire?
anything for our viewers either.
Yeah, I don't believe that drama brings people to the platform for or at least my platform. I don't believe that that's what brings people to watch or stay.
It's probably the fact that
conversation
you
does.
don't have drama that does.
Yeah, actual really good conversation does. And even if we're having a disagreement, right? Like I can disagree, as you saw earlier, I can absolutely disagree with you and I don't really care. I'm not emotionally invested in you liking me.
Exactly.
And
you are. Yes, you are.
Well, she's a girl, so.
No, I'm talking about me. You know, we tight like that. No, I'm kidding.
I think I have actually told Glenn that he was wrong in such a way that I thought he was offended. I was actually,
and I'm like, what are you talking about?
I'm concerned that Glenn was going to be really angry about it and like, be a dick, but he was cool. So,
I let you think that you were right. It's all right. It's called honoring my elders.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. It's all right. I am old.
Kidding.
It is a fact that I am old.
Listen, I'm laughing. I'm the same age as you, Greg, and I'm laughing.
Are you really?
Yeah.
Interesting. Seems to be the theme of the day. My wife's having a friend of hers that she knew from her previous employer who's going through some ridiculous divorce. And she's going to be visiting next week. And apparently my kid has to sleep on the couch because the guests will be taking my son's room since my parents-in-law are currently using my guest room. I don't know. Anyway. And I didn't realize that the woman is my age. My wife's like, oh, she's your age, like 3 months younger than you. And I'm like, well, that's great. So, but I am not young at heart. I just don't feel old. I have a whole theory on why that is, but it's stupid. So I don't often talk about it.
I had a joke. I'm just going to be quiet.
Well, now you brought it up.
What?
Yeah.
What's that?
No, I'm going to leave the joke alone. I'm going to honor my elders.
We can use a good. I like to laugh. I don't get offended.
What?
It wasn't appropriate. I'll tell you that right now. It was definitely not an appropriate joke.
Then it's even better. The less appropriate, the better it is.
Good. Remember, they brought this upon me. Okay.
I'm on your side. I'm on your side.
My joke was it's probably because all the young whores he was banging back in the day, he absorbed their youth.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I was a degenerate. Hey, the thing is though, is that I would rather someone just say, yeah, I mean, you know what? I was a degenerate. I knew I was look, I didn't even pretend that, and I tell people to this day, I'm not a good person. Why would you think I'm a good person? Because I sit here and I'm nice and I'm pleasant and I'm kind. That has nothing to do with me being a good person. Like I do try to be a good person. I have to try my hardest every moment of the day. I really do. I really want to be.
If you did show that you were a good person, you'd disprove Christ.
See, didn't we have that? Didn't I say that? Yeah, Glenn backed me up on it too. I said that. We have no definition for good. The only good person was Christ. That's right.
And I'm
That's
far
why I
from
can't call
good.
myself a good person.
I am not good. Look, I'm barely getting in on the skin of my teeth.
Yeah, that's probably true.
I'm getting in by default. Like, look, man.
Yeah.
Have
don't
you ever
know.
heard that joke, St. Peter at the Golden Gates, and the man comes up and he's faced with Peter and he says, okay, so what's the deal? And Peter says, it's a point system. It's really quite simple. All you have to do is tell me the good things that you did, and there's a chart. I award points. When you get to 1,000 points, you go in. And he goes, so tell me some good thing you did. He says, well, I was married. And we didn't date anyone else, and we were married from the time we were 19 until, well, now. And he said, oh, okay, cool. That's good for 3 points. What else you got? He says, well, we raised 3 children into adulthood. They seem to be okay. They're having kids, and they're all Christians. And St. Peter goes, oh, that's good. That's 1 point each. That's another 3 points. And he said, gosh, he's, well, I once donated $1,000 to a children's charity. He said, oh, that's really good. That's worth 4 points. And he says, the man says, holy cow, I am not going to get in here, but by grace. He goes, oh, that's 1,000 points. You're in.
There you go. So I have one that's I have a joke that someone kind of made up about me when I was in military school, because we are absolutely brutal to each other. I don't know if you guys know this, but we're stuck with each other. We're young men, and we are absolutely. I mean, everybody had a nickname. It was not a good nickname.
They never are.
And it was and there were jokes about everybody, and so I'll tell you a joke. This was told about me. And so this man passes away, goes to heaven. St. Peter meets him at the pearly gates. How you doing? Doing all right? Made it? Good. Come on, we'll give you the tour, get you settled in, show you your room. It'll be fine. This is great. That's awesome. Let's go through the pearly gates. They're strolling along the path, and over there, guy sees this person. He says, is that Elvis? He says, yeah, Elvis is up here with us. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he reformed right at the last minute. He's good. The drug use was, hit or miss, but we got in. We got him in. Oh, that's awesome. And walk a little further. Is that some other famous person? I'm not very good with famous people, but Elvis or whoever. I don't know. The guy says, yeah, that's him. Wow, that's cool. I'm up here with some really famous people. And he sees this guy walking by, and he's got a whole entourage, and people are hanging on his every word, and it just, the guy just looks like a rock star. He goes, is that God? Is that Jesus Christ? No, that's just Don Walker, but don't tell him that.
Oh man.
I was a prideful son of a bitch when I was a younger man. I fully own it. I fully own it. There's nothing that anybody can come with me about my past, because I dealt with it as it comes up. And I live with, I find it interesting that so many people live with regret every day. Or they have so much regret in life. And I have zero regret. When I was very young, I was probably, 13 or 14. I'd been at military school for a while, and we had some really good instructors, and we had really good staff and programs there. And one of the things that every night we'd have a meeting, and we would talk, and we'd settle everything, and then we'd go to bed. I remember in one of them, it's kind of a motivational thing. You know, everybody, hey, you're going to be doing this, doing that. And he says, what do you think? I don't know. I got no idea. I wasn't even really listening. He said, okay, it's fine. Repeats the whole thing. And he starts talking about, he repeats the whole thing. And then I go into how, you know, I felt really bad about some of the things that had happened over the past week. I had met several goals. Glenn, this is where all of this goal stuff that I talked about earlier, you know, is goal setting and goal, meeting goals. And then if falling short, reevaluating and resetting goals so that they were achievable. And if they weren't achievable, why were they not achievable, and all that kind of stuff. And I was actually really kind of unhappy, and I had a lot of regret. And we started talking about it, you know. And he's like, you know, and now he's passed now. His name was Colonel Spain, like the country, and he had been one of the best warriors this country's ever produced. He had been in Vietnam. He'd been blown up. He had been all of it, right? He was all of it. And matter of fact, he was a retired lieutenant colonel with hip pocket orders. He could be recalled to active at any time. Pretty cool dude. Anyway, and Colonel Spain and I, you know, he's like, why do you have so much regret? I'm like, well, I feel bad about all this stuff. This is terrible. I messed up. I screwed up. Why would I not regret that? Why would I not feel bad about that? Well, why not? What you need to do is you need to make peace with it every night and before you go to bed. If you go to bed with regret in your head, you will wake up. It'll be 10 times worse and you'll never get rid of it. So I did every day. I make peace with everything I did today. If it was a bad decision, I mean, it's a bad decision. I'm sorry. I move on. If I did something actually wrong, like, I don't know, punch a guy in the face or, you know,
I wouldn't feel bad about that.
It was situational. You know, maybe I
shouldn't have gotten into it.
Yeah. Maybe I did something, you know, that wasn't particularly honorable during the day. I made peace with it every night, and I have every night since. I do not go to bed, but just like I don't go to bed angry at my wife, and I don't allow her to go. We do not go to bed angry. We do not go to bed fighting ever. Just in that same way, I never go to bed without sorting out and making peace with anything that I feel like I made a mistake with that day. I sleep better. I don't, you know, I don't stress out about things. I don't wake up in the middle of the night wondering, you know, what I fucked up or if I'm fucking this person over or whatever. I don't do it. It doesn't exist for me. And when people talk to me about all of these regrets and all of this thing and all of these things that they have in their life, I understand it because I was there, but at the same time, the walls that they put up to justify that regret, to justify hanging on to all of that evilness. Do you want to say something, or are you?
Oh yeah, I really want to say something.
Go right ahead.
Okay, so there might be a good rationale why they would defend their guilt. When you look at that and you go, why would you defend your guilt? When a person says something like, I am guilty, there is a hidden assumption there. The hidden assumption is that they knew everything that they needed to know to make a good decision, and then they didn't make a good decision. But that's never the case. It's not true. It's never the case. People are always making decisions based in partial information, which is why we make mistakes.
Sure.
Okay. So if a person says, I am guilty, the hidden assumption is that I am fully capable. That's a pride statement. And if you're suffering from pride, you will defend.
Yeah, that's true. Well, the first thing you have to do is kill your ego. I mean, that's the very first thing, right out of the gate. Just kill your ego. I understand that sounds weird. Well, there's an interesting phenomenon that used to happen in the Japanese manufacturing and also in their racing community, was this idea of there's no individual blame. If the team fails, it's because they all failed. They would never point a finger, even if a guy had literally left the wheel loose, didn't tighten the bolts. If one guy did that, the whole team was to blame and shouldered the blame willingly. Like they said, this is mine. I did not help him to do that. And when I had one of the reasons that my race team, for being as small as it was as successful as it was because that's the culture I fostered as well. No one was individually to blame for failure. Ultimately, I was to blame because I'm the guy. But individually, nobody could be blamed. And I wouldn't allow it. I would get rid of somebody that did. That kind of mentality didn't need to exist. And it's not because we were it wasn't just because we were a team or we were a group or whatever. It was the culture that needed to exist within our little band of happy-go-lucky adventurers. Otherwise, what happens is that you look at it as it's my job. Mm-hmm. That's your job. That didn't exist. And I had a whole training course that new guys had to kind of run through, where how the car comes in and would go up on jacks, and then that we did have people that would take the tires off and other people would check the suspension. But then what happened is after those guys got done, they would switch sides and check each other's work.
I was about to ask you if everyone learned everyone's job.
Everyone had to be able to do everything. There was no specialization per se. Now, there were guys that could only rebuild the transmission, right? Like that just has to happen. But as far as being able,
that was their specialty, right? Like that was all.
Right, but you don't need to be specialized to look in and see that all the bolts are tightened, and take a pair of wrench and just tighten them. Just check and see if they're tight, to see that all of the zip ties that are supposed to be there are there. All of the, that there's no fluid leaking out and all of that. And it's this idea of individuality that is fostered so much, especially in our sports programs, that actually prevents a lot of success, in my opinion, in my observation. And so I would tell literally everyone when we brought them in, they could be the best in the world, and they often were. Leave that ego shit at the door, because everybody that you're going to interface with is the best in the world. Like, there's nobody here that should not be here. So leave that shit behind. Right. I didn't hire idiots. I didn't hire dummies. Everybody is as good as you are.
Yeah.
So, and that's just the way and so I see your point. I agree with your point. I'm just going to give it the caveat that if you first kill the ego, the walls never come up, because you don't have that. You don't have that defense mechanism. You don't have that pride. I have people tell me all the time that I fuck up, and I'm just like, yeah, okay, sure, I did. I'm sure I did. But if I didn't, I'm going to tell you that I did not fuck up, and you need to re-examine your position, because I think you're wrong, and I may be wrong. I've been wrong many, many times. I learn something new every 20 minutes. I don't understand why this is a problem. So
I don't learn anything every 20 minutes. It's like a 45-minute rebuffering system for me. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Well, you're running on DOS, so
I'm like on Windows 95.
Windows 95. Desktop, not Pro, right? Desktop.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, that's how that works. In my world, I don't know how that works for other people, but that's just the way that I worked. And it's a Japanese principle of there's no blame. So now individual blame could be had if you did something by yourself and did not bring in everyone else. And then that even at that, there's no point in embarrassing someone on a team. You take them aside, you say, hey, you fucked up and it can never happen again. And then you let them go back to work. The American culture of making an example of people is often useful, and it can build very strong men, but at the same time it can create very weak men, because you introduce this divergency where the guys that can take the criticism will rise to it and rise above it and continue to grow, where the guys who harbor all of the hate, discontent, and everything else will have a downfall, and you will destroy them. And what they become out of that is what we see in these hateful, spiteful, twisted young men that very oftentimes seem perfectly normal, perfectly fine, but they're not.
It seems that might actually stunt the growth of whatever organization, where you take those that are hypercritical and you publicly embarrass the hypercritical, which is exactly what you would want in keeping forward momentum in a company, is that kind of person. Or am I just wrong?
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. There's really an interesting dynamic in that when everybody's looking for a problem, the problems get found. When one person's looking for a problem, it can be overlooked. It can hide, right? Many eyes, many hands, all the same thing. Tina, you have been exceptionally quiet this evening. Are you tired? Are you unhappy?
No, I'm just reading the chat. I'm laughing at them.
Oh yeah, what's
Talking
going
about
on in the chat? I have not actually been reading the chat.
They're talking about beards.
Beards. Okay.
Yeah, they're saying that better men have beards. Arthur Dye actually wants you to have a debate about it.
That would be a useless debate. That would be very. I'm not really sure. I think Clover Tack and I think Clover Tack and Spectre should have a beard debate. Because they have excellent beards, and one of them's a closet. Well, I don't think he's a closet. I think he's just, he's not a Nazi, but pretty close. Yeah, whatever. So that would be interesting. It'd be an interesting debate.
I'm always mesmerized by those guys who curl their mustache, like
curl them. Oh, what do they call that? The barber shop.
I don't know.
There's a name for that.
Sometimes called handlebar.
Handlebar. Thank you. Thank you. The handlebar mustache. Yeah.
A lot of effort there.
Wait, hold on. A female who goes through all of the nonsense that females go through in their grooming tactics, talking about the simple act of waxing and curling a mustache, which takes like 2 minutes.
Yeah, you just need a strong enough wax. It's easy.
Yeah, it's yeah. So Angel Berber, I believe that. I believe they did call you a terrorist because of your beard. So I 100% believe that.
I actually don't take a lot of time to get ready.
I believe that.
Even
is that
like in the picture. Go ahead.
Says every woman. I don't buy that shit.
Don't buy what?
No, I just naturally look like this.
Every woman says that they don't take forever to get ready. I'm like, that's bull.
It is kind of.
I'm like,
that is kind of suspect.
I'm like, let me ask
Yeah,
you.
it is kind of suspect, honestly. That is. Damien, not, pardon me, who said that? Raging Patriot, not Siege D, Spectre. He is a. You know what? I'll let him explain. Go find him. He'll explain himself to you. He's in the whatever Discord all the time. He'll explain himself. So, who shaves their arms? That's not a question. Now I'm focused on reading the chat. That's bad TV.
So Tina, when you say that I get ready rather quickly, do you mean that you wear a hair protector at night so it stays in exactly that same style, and that you have like Teflon bed sheets so the makeup doesn't come off, or what do you mean?
Well, actually, like my profile pic right here, that's me in the summertime. I get tan. I don't use foundation. I'm at a wedding that night. I have lip gloss. I have mascara. That's it. There's nothing else there. That is me. And my hair is pretty straight. It's got a little bit of wave, so I might have to blow dry it, but that's about it. So yeah, I get ready pretty quickly. I've been a natural girl all my life. I can't even stand it. Like the day I got married, I thought it'd be great to get my makeup done and do what all the other girls do, and I couldn't wait until I scratched that crap off my face. I don't like that.
Did you have the constant feeling that you were smothering?
Yeah, you feel like your skin can't breathe. It's horrible. Actually, my husband smashed the cake in my face, and that was the greatest thing he could have done because I was able to go wash everything off.
Inadvertent permission to wash off the makeup. Excellent.
I put my hat on. That's the extent of it. That's the extent of it.
See, now I don't have to comb that.
Yeah,
I don't have to comb that, but I do have to
Yeah.
comb the. I do have to comb this.
I do
so.
actually have. I have just enough left to comb, but I put my hat on. I've never had long hair in my life, so it's always been the same.
Yeah, I can't stand it.
There's no change. It annoys my wife and my son to no end how fast I can be ready to leave.
Oh, same here. Like, my wife hates the fact that
You're
like
too
I
far
tell her
from the
like,
mic, Glenn.
oh, my wife hates it like
There you go.
when like we have to go somewhere, like especially in the morning, like somewhere far, we have to like leave to the airport or something. I'll tell her like, okay, wake me up when you are like 15 minutes ready to go. She's like, what do you mean? Just wake me up when you're 15 minutes ready. What, you're gonna be sleeping the whole time? All the way? Yes, all the way until we're 15 minutes ready to go. It's like that's not even be enough time. Just watch. Oh,
brother, I can get dressed, sit on the heavy white immobile chair, have a cup of coffee, and smoke a cigarette in 15 minutes.
I know. And that's me dragging ass.
Yeah.
I can't wake up that fast.
Women hate it. I love it. It just makes my day.
Yeah. All right. Personal grooming tips here on the Unreasonable Man.
Wash your balls.
Wash your balls. Ball sweat's a real thing.
That's a good tip.
I don't remember how we got on that, but we had like a whole episode one day about
you need some tactical
where
soap.
ball sweat kept coming up. I forget what that was all about, but
probably was one of my tactical soap.
Glenn, you got to get back to your mic, man. I know you're trying to eat your dinner, but
I'm just trying to stuff my face.
I know what you're trying to do.
Just not trying to like chew in your guys' ear.
Yeah, I understand.
Trying to be polite.
I do appreciate it. I do appreciate it.
Speaking of being polite and being rude, I'm going to be rude, but in a very specific way. I'm going to thank you all
Sure.
for your time, allowing me on your channel.
Yeah.
Yes, that's the
Yeah.
idea. That's the absolute idea. Thank you guys so much.
Yep.
Peace and
You have a
respect. to
great
all.
evening.
Thanks a lot.
Have a good
We'll
day.
see you around.
Yep. We'll see you.
See ya.
All right. Next.
And there were 3.
Next. Where's that Miss D person? Wasn't she coming up?
Uh-huh.
I think so.
Don't ask me. I know nothing.
She's our
Yeah.
She's our resident baby maker, right? Was Miss D
That's
that's having
right.
a baby?
That's right. She's 25 weeks right now.
I love that.
So do I.
You know, I couldn't have my own kids, but I get so excited when I hear somebody else having kids. I love it. Love it.
I'm gonna have a talk with Mr. E later about what the fellow was because I guess the Richard fellow said something against against Andrew, which
against
I would be
Oh yeah.
interested. And I don't need to do it now. You know, I can
Yeah,
do it
no,
later.
I know
I'm just
exactly
curious,
what
but
I know what
but
you're referring to.
I was interested. I was only kind of interested because Andrew could always come on, and he's probably not now. He's probably in
It was
bed.
on
Okay,
I think it was
thanks,
on
G.
GS's stream. I think it was
Yeah.
on GS's stream when they were doing the whole.
You know, GS said he was going to come on this week. Where is GS? He bugged me about that.
Oh, he just wants to come on and just talk some shit about that Glenn Lawrence.
I even told him when I would be on. And he wanted me to come on his stream, but I don't. So here's the thing. I have rules. And rules are not to be negotiated or messed with. And part of those rules are, first of all, I really dislike having more than about 4, 6 at the most people up on the panel at one time. It just gets insane, gets out of hand, and it just isn't any fun for me. Second, I don't go on other people's channels unless I actually trust them to not do stupid shit. And stupid shit includes ambushing, having people come in that they know that I don't want to interact with. Like, I would not go, as I hate to say this, I would not go on Sarah's channel right now because I would be somewhat concerned that I would get ambushed by Based Oracle and GS and all of these guys who were trying to get some clippable moments or something. I don't play that game. It's not my gig. I know other people do. It's cool. It's not me. And so I wouldn't do that. And there are just things I won't do. I don't see any plus side or any reason to do it. So I don't do it. And I don't understand why that's so hard in space for some creators or some people who choose to be in this space to do. But yeah, I wouldn't.
It's your show. Do what you want to do.
Well, even going on
your
other
house.
people's shows, like, I have not directly, but I have heard chatter that I'm not willing to go on other channels. I'm not willing to do this. I'm not willing to do that. But it's only specific channels that I'm not willing to go on, and I'm very clear as to the reason why. So, because I don't trust you. So, that's the way it is. So,
Yeah, I really don't give 2 shits about people think these days.
Yes. Also, yes. Clover Tack, how the hell are you, sir?
Tired. Not feeling well. Yeah, but other than that, I'm here.
Yeah.
Waiting on a hurricane, apparently. Well, it'll be a tropical depression by the time it gets here.
Yeah.
But the latest track literally shows it coming right over the top of us, which is interesting.
Oh,
I've never seen that before. So
what's the name of this one?
It starts with a B. Barrel.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, it'll be a tropical depression, so that's what they're saying. So it shouldn't be too bad. I'm hoping actually it cuts a little bit to the east. If it would, we can stay out of that northeast quadrant. Uh, would be nice because that's always the bad spot, in a storm like that. So, but that's it. So,
Yeah.
got a little filming done today because I don't know what the rain situation and stuff's going to look like. So I don't know if I'm going to be able to get out on the range for the next couple of days, unfortunately. And got work to do, man.
Yeah. Well, it's cool to have you back on the show once again. You're kind of a staple here. So it's good. You fit in.
Well,
you're like furniture. You just look good everywhere.
Yeah, this is different because you kind of go all over the place. Like I could jump over. I don't know what gun channels are live right now, but I'm sure there's one I could probably jump on. But usually it's not open panel stuff like this. Most of it is like one-on-one style, podcast interview type things. And so you don't really get to participate much. And then even if you do, it's vast majority of it is it's all gun prattle, which is fine. I can participate and you can too. You can too. Yeah, I know. But it's we're a lot more than that too. So I try to get that out there as much as I can.
Wait, what? Did you just say you're a lot more than just shooting shit up and looking cool with guns?
Like imagine that, right?
You act like you have feelings or something.
I know, right?
He acts like his man card's still intact after that.
I know. It sounds like
have other interests and
what's
hobbies.
that thing that looks like
life experience?
a V to the giant
Virginia?
Is close enough. So you sound like you're acting like a Virginia over there.
Virginia. Oh Lord. Sailed a long time ago.
I think Clover Tex is planning my quick quick
You're
exit out of
demised.
this life. Like,
You're in California. He won't go there.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. That's you here in Texas. We consider the source, and unfortunately, you're streaming from California, so we don't really give a shit, Glenn.
Oh, okay, I can live with that.
And I speak for Texas when I say that too.
All of Texas?
Yeah, all of Texas. So
even Mesquite.
that includes Jake. He's down in the butthole area of Texas, but yeah.
Well, Jake looks like the butthole of Texas.
This is true. Lord. Yeah, I'm kind of worried about him with the hurricane. It might, depending on where it goes, it might.
Is he down in Corpus or out by Corpus or in Houston?
I think he's a little bit south of there, honestly. So he may be okay, depending on how it all turns. But when some of the first forecast it had, I think had it coming right over the top of him. So. But,
wow.
Hopefully he'll be okay. Yeah, all my Texas peeps, hunker down, man. That's all I gotta say. It shouldn't be too terrible, but we don't get hurricanes very often. So
I remember back in was 2004. You guys got one down by Corpus Christi.
Oh yeah, we had Rita and Ike.
Yeah,
and then
I
we
was
had Harvey.
I was stationed at
Yeah,
I was in Lackland.
We had Rita and Ike was like 1-2. They were within like a week or two. I bought my second generator in between those two because I realized that I needed another damn generator. So, greatest investment. I'm telling you, people. If you live in an area that is prone to bad weather and power outages, and especially things that like hurricanes or bad tornadoes or something or ice storms that can be long term. One of the best investments you can make is a generator, without a doubt. Nowadays, there's battery solar options along with the gas and the diesel and the propane. The options are endless, and I can promise you save, for a few months. Don't have your Starbucks every day or whatever, and get you a generator. You won't regret it.
Yep.
Starbucks. Fighting words, bro.
Well,
Like-
whatever.
Yeah, we go to Dutch Brothers.
I like my Starbucks. So
Hey, I
buy-
like Dutch Bros. You don't have Dutch Bros out there? I know you
Yeah.
guys got Dutch Bros.
we don't around here where I'm at. We've got one called like 7 Brew or something, and then one called like Scooters.
Scooters. Hey, Scooters got them good so they got a secret protein shake over there. Over at
They
Scooters.
got hot wings. It sounds like a place got hot wings.
No, it doesn't have no hot wings grid.
No.
Okay. There's shakes and like coffee and shit. But they have a really good strawberry protein shake over there. You got to ask them about it because they won't tell you about it, but it's really good.
We might have to talk about that.
I know where, like, for some reason, I know where all the cool little like protein shakes and like just useless gym shit knowledge at across the country.
That's
Don't ask me
interesting.
why. Just don't ask me why.
Angel's up here now.
The Angel Berber.
Pick on Angel.
What's going on?
What?
How are you?
Got people coming in the store there. You're gonna have to go take care of them. Sell them a pack of smokes or something.
Yeah, that's the like button.
Oh.
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, that's the sound that my father. So he has a button, right, that he wears. And he presses it, so if he needs something or there's something going on, he just presses it, and it notifies me no matter where I'm at. So I've heard people say that they're like, "What is that noise? What's that ding dong?" It's like, yeah, that's the button he has on.
It sounds just like a convenience store ding bell thing.
That's what my son used to say. It sounds like every time he uses it to call one of us when he was coming over to help with him, he says, "Sounds like we're being led into a grocery store all the time." I go, "Yeah, it does."
Now, let me tell you something. Like, I watched so many like bad comedy movies back in the day. Whenever I hear that sound, I think of "Don't Be a Menace in South Central" while drinking your juice in the hood. When they're like, it says, ding dong, like when the white people come in, and when these black guys came in, it was like, what I was gonna say, what I'm not gonna say. Like, it was really bad. It was bad, all bad, but it was hilarious.
The
Anyways.
best funny stuff is
Where's Beans at? He would be able to say it and make the whole thing sound better.
you talking about beating cheeks?
No, Beans.
Oh, Beans. Oh yeah. Okay. No, he was here.
Oh,
He
good.
was here.
He knows what I'm talking about. He knows the reference.
Man, Glenn, I got to tell you, you
for
have
you.
some great combos, but every time you come on, since we're on the same time, you come on really late, and I'm about to I stay up with you for 3 hours, then I got to go to bed. I get up, you're still on, and since you're coming to some good stuff, and I can't get in on a panel because that's when I start to do all my workouts out in the woods, and it just irritates my soul because I can't really say nothing except type a few chats here and there.
I'm
Clover
sorry.
Jack, I got that for you.
I'm sorry. I'll work on it. I will work on that. All right.
Man, if there's dolphins flying in the air, I'm gonna go out and man, that's gonna be some fun shotgunning. I've never shot a dolphin on the wing. That would be interesting.
We used to enjoy the thunderstorms. It'd be 98 degrees and storming rain outside. We go running around out there with our shirts off and just taking it all in.
Yeah, she said that too.
Kids today don't know how to have fun.
Kids today, like, oh, never mind. I'm just gonna leave them alone. I'm just gonna leave them alone. Not my problem.
So where are we going with this conversation?
I don't know.
Arthur
No
died.
idea.
Derailed it with all the beard talk, I think.
Yeah, that kind of
Yeah, she
went right out of the sales.
All right. So what are some good, like, here's a question. What are some good rites of passages that we should bring back?
Hunting.
Has that ever left?
It's had its phases, I think. You're talking about completely gone?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know.
Winning a
because
boxing match with
here's
your
the
dad.
here's the thing. When you say rites of passages we need to bring back, the problem. I like that name, by the way. Arthur Dye, the beardless lady. I sure hope so. When you talk about rites of passages, I think that's going to be dependent upon specific areas and stuff, though. No,
I don't know. I'm asking you.
probably not a whole lot of people in your area that go hunting anymore, right?
Talking about.
Is there?
Yeah.
I don't know exactly where you're at.
We
in
just
Dallas,
we just call it like never mind. I'll leave it alone.
I'm not talking about two-legged hunting now. That's not what I'm talking about.
Oh.
That's just Compton.
near Compton.
That was fun. That was funny. Yeah, right. I don't know, like vehicle maintenance. Like, that's
That's a
the
good
thing?
one. That's a good
Like
one.
changing tires, changing oil. Like even my girls, we went through that. Even with them, like you can hopefully there's somebody that can take care of it and yada yada yada. But I definitely want to make sure they know the procedure, and if anything was to happen, they could take care of that if they wanted to, if they chose to. So I think that's definitely one of them.
I would say boxing match with your dad.
What was it? Boxing
match with your dad. That's what some of us had to go through, where we had to fight our dad, and land a certain amount of shots on him before you were considered a move up.
Yeah, I beat my dad up. I'm like Bam from Jackass.
That's mean, man. That's mean. You shouldn't do that.
I told him I was like, when he gets old and I have to take care of him, on Sundays I'm gonna give him a bath out in the front. I'm gonna wheel his wheelchair out in the house and just hose him off. So hoping that one of these old church ladies that walk by take him home.
That is so wrong, Glenn.
Wow, this guy.
And my dad's like, oh, this he'd be like, hey, keep your shit up. He's like, I will never fight you. You're bigger than me. I'll shoot you, and I'll just make one just like you. I'd be like, damn, you're right.
When you said that earlier, you brought that up about the whole, I'll just make another one of you. I thought about it. I'm like, we heard that so much growing up. We heard it from everybody. Our uncles, my dad, my grandparents, my grandfathers.
When your uncle tells you, be like, Unc, but you weren't part of. Wait a minute, are you telling me something I should know about?
It's funny because my uncles would tell my cousins that, my dad would tell me that, and then my grandfathers he used to tell that to my uncles and my sister, my aunts. So it's like, yeah, that was kind of just common. That was the common thing being said.
It's like, you know what? The 1960s wants their saying back.
So true.
Oh man. So Grid, I'm making some merch right now. I got some merch coming. I
do too. Miss D, thank you for coming by. Enjoy your lunch. I didn't eat dinner. I'm not sure I ate lunch. I think I did. I don't remember. But I'm having some delicious peanut butter pretzel things that my wife gets me. So that's my late dinner, I guess. I'm not allowed real food this late. It's a gremlin thing, I think. I don't know.
A gremlin thing? What's the gremlin thing?
You never saw the movie Gremlins?
I did see the movie Gremlins, but I don't know what you're talking about, like eating late. Like,
it's not midnight yet.
You don't feed them after midnight.
Oh, see, like so when I was competing, like I used to have to get up at like 3 a.m. just to eat protein pancakes. Like, you ain't gonna tell me I ain't gonna eat when I'm hungry. It's just not happening.
I couldn't eat that early. Oh.
Yeah, I know. But you get used to it, and then you get hungry for it.
Instead of rites of passage, what do you think? What are things that you truly enjoyed growing up that you see being phased out or ignored or no longer relevant because not because technology has changed or we've just moved on or whatever, but because of feminism, wokeism, you can't say that anymore, that kind of thing.
Oh, I can't say the word I want to say, but it rhymes with maggot.
Right out of the gate, man. Right out of the gate.
Fair.
Like, that's one of my words. I'm like, yo, you stupid.
Yeah, I know. I know. It was one of my favorites too, honestly. I said it in such an artful way.
Mine was the re word.
The what?
Re.
Re?
I think meaning mentally
Yeah.
deficient, is that the word
Yeah.
you're referring to?
Yeah, we use that all the time growing up in South Jersey. It's
like
a staple.
Like sounds like turd, but it's with the ard.
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay, there we go. Now the connection's made.
Yeah.
Grid'll understand what I'm saying here, but how do you not say that word when you're working on an engine? Or when you're referring to an engine?
Oh yeah. I mean, it's a timing curve.
Timing can be either advanced or
yeah.
Well,
I
I'll tell you
remember
what-
that. My husband told me that.
I'll tell you what's getting really ridiculous is in medicine and now in the medical literature, they're wanting us to switch from words like breastfeeding to chest feeding.
Yeah,
You have
that's
to
stupid.
say, someone has a birthing hole rather than a vagina.
Yep, I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it.
No,
I mean, like, you guys,
I'm not making this up. Like,
I could barely say the word vagina. I call it pussy. You know, like I'll be like, oh, she's having a baby coming out the pussy right now. You guys gotta wait. You know, like, sir, get your technical terms. I'm like,
Can you see Dr. Glenn Lawrence?
oh my god, like, I would love to
No.
play one. I would love to play one. Like, so I make these jokes. Like, I did a skit where I play like a therapist, right? And I'm giving like dating advice or relationship advice. And like this guy finds out his girlfriend is cheating on him, and he's like, Dr. Lawrence, what do I do? I'm like, all right, you gotta go over there and fuck her best friend. I'm like giving the worst advice ever. And like that was the whole point, but it was funny. Like Dr. Lawrence kind of works. It's not realistic.
yeah, there was a thing where I forget, it was a top charity cancer that apologized because they used the word cervix for cervical cancer, and a bunch of transgender activists wanted it to be called front hole cancer.
Oh my God.
I
With
can't.
acknowledgement that the fact that quote unquote men could have a front hole too.
No,
Like,
they're
this
talking
is
about the
literally
wow.
infiltrating medical literature now in terms of the terminology that's being required to use.
Are they referring to the pee hole?
They're calling front hole is now the word for cervix was the word that they wanted to use to describe that anatomy.
Like,
Well, thank God they will never be afflicted or die from that. So,
like do they realize how stupid they sound with all this? Like,
well, that's the issue.
No, they're
How
doctors.
do you-
Obviously, they don't.
I
That's
mean,
the issue.
these are physicians who are presumably like scientists who have studied anatomy and medicine. And
this is why I don't go. This is why I can't trust like the doctors, because they're dumb.
Was anybody ever read 1984 or watched?
Yes.
1984?
Oh, yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
like it's crazy because that's how they do it. Is they start getting rid of words one at a time, and then it's like, how do you communicate when you can't say? Because a lot of those words you need to say, like again, working on a car. You know, how do you even word that? I don't know. Or, you know, how does the doctor relay appropriate information. You know, front hole can mean a variety of things.
Mean anything, right? I mean, cervix is an anatomical description of a
Mhm.
part of the body. It's
Right.
not trying to be, you know,
Exactly.
divisive of someone who's, you know, is transgender, or to be dismissive of them or whatever. It's literally just an anatomical.
No, I'm dismissive of them. I am.
Oh, I'm really dismissive of them. Like
I'm
tell you
absolutely
right now.
dismissive.
Yep. Like, no, I don't even know why. Like, why do you guys like even put up with it? Like, that's the part that I don't understand. Like, why do you have to like live in their delusion? Like, you would think like the medical professionals. I mean, I get it. Force all of us normies have to live in their delusion, but like the doctors, like the doctors.
Did you just call me a normie?
I said all us normies. Like, but the doctors should be able to.
Sounds like you lumped me in there.
Well, I lumped us all in there. Okay, so get it over. I'm just saying, like, the whole fact that like these are doctors, they have to use like real professional medical terms,
like
scientific terms. And us normies, we don't use that shit. We call
I guess
vaginas.
that makes me an abnormie, but okay. I mean, I've had transgender patients in the hospital, and we are always completely respectful. Use whatever pronouns they want. I would never try to.
Good, are you offended that I called you a normie?
No, I think it's funny as fuck. Normie. It's funny.
Third one is an extraordinary E. I don't know how you call that.
I am not. I am an angry old man who's mad that everyone is on my lawn, but I can't do anything about it. I invited them for cripe's sake.
But this is pervasive now throughout academia, medicine, politics, as they gaslight us into wokeism, and you will be ostracized and demonetized and canceled if you don't conform to what they say.
Hey, Gray, did you check your messages?
Oh no, I hadn't. I'm sorry. I'm lacking. Where's the fuck my message? There we go.
Good for you, Mrs. D. She said she asked the midwife to leave her room because she called her a birthing person.
Oh,
birthing person. I don't have a message anywhere. Where?
Should be in Discord, bro. Discord. Oh no, my bad. I said this is the wrong person.
Now somebody's really fucking confused. They're like, "What the fuck?
What the hell's Glenn talking
Well, are we not men? Got it.
All right, there we go. I got it right here. That's fucking funny.
Tell me that shit ain't gonna sell.
That's fire, man. That's fire. I like it a lot. We're gonna have to work together on some more. That's pretty good. I got some ideas.
I got hoodies and tank tops in that as well.
I'm not heroic. That's perfect.
I'll show you guys what I just showed, Grid.
Is this your new merch, Glenn?
Yeah, my new merch.
Do we get to see a preview?
I'm gonna show you guys a preview of my new merch.
Of course he is. He can't help it.
I can't help myself. I'm just. It's funny. Actually, and I already have one shirt made like this, but I had it made like maybe 3 years ago. It's like in a baseball tee, but I'm switching it up this time. Hold on. So
that's pretty fucking funny, though, to be honest. I mean, I gotta be honest. It's pretty fucking funny.
Thank you, Grid. I thought that was pretty.
It's pretty fucking funny. It's been a pretty. Honestly, it's been a pretty good night.
Oh, we haven't talked about one thing though. That's kind of random. Like, do you think that was, who that came into my chat like randomly, and was like talking ish in the back chat? You know who I'm talking about. I'm not
I
saying
do. I don't know. So I did not feel like that was.
Neither do I, because I had Leroy on my show recently. This is my new shirt. Tell me
Nice.
that's not a hit right there.
Captain Save
I love it.
Some guys say pose. I'm not heroic.
I like the Superman
Anti-censor.
You guys could only get it at glennlawrence.streamyard, whatever that thing is. Yeah. And I got coffee mugs and stuff like that. Shit.
Available in a beautiful wife beater style, sizes small through extra, extra large.
Damn right.
Actually,
we got it in an extra medium.
I'm not gonna, no. No.
We got it in extra
Grid
medium.
is self-censoring over there, and we need to know.
What are you censoring yourself for, Grid?
It's closer to being sizes juvenile detention through through life.
Damn. Are you saying that I represent the convict brand?
Why would you make me say that?
Nobody twisted your arm here, bud.
The minute she
Nobody
said
twisted
like,
your arm.
Then she says the size, and they're like, no, what that is that's juvenile delinquent.
Comes in juvenile hall to death row.
That's right. Because you're on death row, you get the good food, man. You put on the pounds on death row, bro.
Man, let me tell you something. Those guys that are serving life, they got it. They got it made in the shade.
Oh, okay.
I mean, they're gonna die, but we're all gonna die.
Yo, I've been in their cells. Like I had to toss their cell. Well, actually, we didn't even really toss their cells. If they're good behavior,
delete.
If they're on good behavior,
some money.
Well, if they're good behavior, they don't want to fuck it up because they got it cushy over there. They're they got it so nice to where they got cable TV. They got like I said, this guy literally had an entire studio in his cell with a keyboard, beat machine. He was making music in there and then selling it out to real artists that are rappers and R&B singers.
They have a lot of free time, so
I mean, there's been more than one rapper that have used their time in the slammer to write their next album.
Yep.
They have
Well,
usually they have access to a
literally
weight room. And
well, they got rid of the weight room.
did they?
Yeah, they don't have weights anymore.
That's not a thing. Oh.
No, they could only do body weight stuff. And really what it was that the COs, they work the COs so damn hard that they really don't give the COs time to, get their workout in. So we got a bunch of fat COs and everybody, I kid you not, within the first 6 months when I was a CO, everybody was gaining tons of weight. My graduating class, I would see them. I'm like, damn, I swear you were 10 pounds lighter last week. Me, I was competing, so I just it helped me stay in shape. But yeah, you just sit around a lot. So the inmates, they would get all big, and the COs are like, yeah, we can't have this. They're gonna overpower us. Gotta get rid of the gym equipment.
Mr.
Sorry, I was laughing, Glenn, because that's why I was laughing.
Yeah, Mr. Boulay would like to remind us that the Glenn Lawrence is sponsored by Grondike Tactical Soap.
Hold on, we got to do it correctly. We got to have the soap up.
Try our new scent, Golden Glen. We took his body bronzer and essential butt naked oil to make this soap. Yes, butt naked oil is real. Try Grondike topical soap today.
It's called Swassel.
And there we have it, folks.
Pretty sure the butt naked oil comes from prison.
Well, it's called Swassel.
My understanding is it takes the finest pheromones from the glands of the donor.
The
and
gluteum maximus.
Incorporates it into the soap to attract all the ladies.
Or repulse them. One of the two.
Something like that.
Oh. Well, thank you, Mr.
It was
Boulay.
how Glenn used to drive the prisoners wild, as he would.
Actually, I only time I ever saw them is when I had to get a response to do something bad, because I was a hospital watch officer, so I'm always at the hospital. Somebody needed the surgery, I'll go.
Mrs. D wants to know, Glenn, do you ship to Australia?
We ship worldwide.
Cold, no pants on. All of a sudden, standing up, their junk right in the screen. Still figured out a way to get fired. It was unreal. It's kind of good.
Hey, great. I'm gonna be right back in
take a break,
15 minutes.
Cancel culture.
15. All right.
Yeah, I'm just keep myself on. I'll just be right back.
As much as they wanted to make it seem, there really was a finite amount of people that took their dick out at work, despite the stats, right? Every 1.6 seconds, somebody takes their dick out and shakes it in a woman's face in a cubicle. You're like, what? Every 1.6 seconds? I must not have been paying attention. Every 3.2 seconds, some man jizzes on a fern and rubs it in a woman's face. Holy shit! I didn't know that happened. Right? Yeah, so fortunately, they rounded up all of these fucking animals and they got rid of them, right? But it kind of became like this cottage industry, and it was a way to kind of get rid of some men that maybe were in your way, It's like anything. It always the initial thing, you agree with it, and then it kind of gets out of control. So, I don't know. They kind of ran out of people, and there was this kind of hilarious moment, like last year, where they started to try and cancel, dead people. Remember that? All of a sudden, out of nowhere, John Wayne was trending. I'm like, what, they got some found footage? You got a new movie coming out that maybe they shelved? And all of a sudden, it was all these stupid-ass woke white people, right? Oh, my God, did you see what John Wayne said in Playboy in 1971? This is a bunch of fucking white people all up in arms about a dead white guy. I can no longer tolerate this. I can no longer tolerate dead for 45 years, John Wayne, saying things in a magazine that doesn't exist anymore. I am here for black people. It's fucking idiots. What kind of a fucking idiot white person refers to themselves as woke? If you actually were socially conscious, you'd realize that white people stole that word from black people. Once again, doing the Elvis thing, right? But you know what? I blame black people for that. One of them fucked up. They were at a party, there was white people there, and they let it slip out. Stay woke, however the fuck you say it, and some white person heard it who is that? Oh my God. Stay woke? I want to say that. I gotta say that around my white friends so they know that I'm down. Oh my God, I'm gonna fucking say that. Fucking woke. I'm fucking woke. I'm a woke signaler. I fucking had it. I've had it. I support black people in my white apartment on Twitter. That's what I do. I'm fucking here for you.
All the wokeness.
Every white person likes to lie to themselves that they were alive, 150 years ago, that they would have been working on the Underground Railroad, trying to help slaves escape, right? I would have been one of the good white people. I would have taken time out of my day, risked my life. And the reality is you'd be doing back then exactly what you're doing today. Nothing. Not a fucking
That's
thing.
right.
Maybe a little hashtag, Black Lives Matter. Oh my God, my heart breaks. on my L-shaped couch. Uh, my favorite thing about the Black Lives Matter marches was the store windows that would have the plywood over the windows, and then it would say Black Lives Matter on top of the plywood. I just love the duality of that message, you know? It's like, Black Lives Matter, we're all the same, we're all one. Don't burn down my store, you fucking animals. Everybody is welcome in this store. Anyone can come in, one at a time, follow him. It's just a safe space for everyone. Yeah. John Wayne was born in 1907. That's what the fuck he's gonna sound like. Then you got all these douchebags going like, that's not an excuse. It's like, yes, it is. It absolutely is. You are of your time. Look at these young kids. Remember that for like a year and a half? They'd take a water bottle. They're all standing around, and one kid would flip it. And if it landed upright, they'd lose. Just lose their fucking minds. I didn't understand it. But I'm born in 1968, so I'm just like, all right, well, no one tried to slap it out of the way, you know? You do it enough times, it's gonna fucking land upright. What is happening here, right? I didn't want to ruin their good time, you know? They're excited, they're gonna get on their scooters and ride off. Like a little posse or some shit. I'm like, all right, you can do that. Yeah. So that was like a thing for like half a second.
Yep. That's pretty fucking funny. No more wokeness,
Yeah.
folks. No more wokeness. Down with wokeness.
My husband and I were like celebrating when they had the roast of Tom Brady, because it felt like the comedians really let go, and it was like the unveiling of wiping away wokeness.
Why is it that so many people are so unhappy about how good they have it that they have to shit all over themselves? Oh, and everybody that looks like them. Why is it? What the fuck's wrong with them?
I wish I could answer that one. I have no clue.
It's weird, right? Like, why would you do that? It seems stupid.
I think that it's a guilt thing because they actually don't do shit. Like, and if you're somebody that is not a racist and that is charitable and does care about other people, then you do stuff in your everyday normal life that, you know what I mean, to help people out, or, you know, you're fair or whatever the case may be. And a lot of these people that are woke don't do shit. And so it's a guilt thing because they know they don't do shit. And so they're going to shit on others because it's like a cover tactic for them. You know what they say about pointing a finger, you know?
Right.
Got three more pointing back at you, right?
I also think that it's about relevancy. You know, the people that head up these organizations, the more hatred they spew, the more relevant they are. And I think it's also relevant for the people that are participating. They're relevant now in the world. People are recognizing them for something.
Well, the more of a crisis anything is when you're talking about those organizations, the more money they raise, correct?
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Yeah, okay. Whose mic is extra loud? Is Tina's mic extra loud, or is it Arthur Dias?
I think they were saying Tina's. I'll talk just to test mine.
Okay. I don't know. I can't
Is
reach
it
over
mine?
and like. I mean, it's a little loud. I don't think it's that loud, but it's fine.
I don't know
have
how
no
to
phone.
even change it. I don't have a mic.
Oh, I see. You might just be really close to it. So I don't know. I just turned my volume down. It's really, weird. But so I've lost my train of thought completely. I don't know what's going on. Oh. The interesting thing is that it doesn't seem to matter what generation we're talking about. There's always wokeness. You know, the 60s had the counterculture movement, which was basically wokeness, and 70s had the hippies, and they were arguably they were woke, but really they were just really high.
Well, historically there is such a thing as generational rebellion. That is a thing.
Yeah, that is a thing. That's accurate. Yeah, it is a thing. And that, so I don't know. I think it's very interesting.
We're living in a time where generational rebellion is amplified by social media. You got to understand that.
That's true. That is true. Enough of that.
You were asking about what we miss about our time of growing up.
Yeah.
And I know it has to do with technology, but I think it's other things too. Kids outside. There are not any kids outside.
That's true. Actually, I felt bad for my son, because I had the best time. So I'm actually living in the town that I grew up in, and when I was his age, I had the best time, man. It was awesome.
Yeah.
I rode my bike all over the place. I had 3 or 4 friends. We were always together. I mean, it was understood that I was going to get up, I was going to eat breakfast. If I had a chore to do around the house, I'd get through it as fast as I could, and then I was out the door, and I'd be over at my friend's house the rest of the day.
I grew up with brothers. Go ahead, Clover.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
I was just saying that I grew up with brothers, and we were always same thing on our bikes all over the place, miles. I mean, I would track when I got older how much I traveled, and I would do 5 miles in this direction, 5 miles in that direction. Like, no wonder we were thin. We were constantly riding the bike, and then we were up in trees, and just you see no kids out here at all.
Well,
yeah,
and what I was going to say with that, and Tina, when Tina brought it up, is like, dang, I was going to say it, but kind of from a different angle. Was I was going to say, yes, the outside thing for sure, but for me it was more a freedom thing, right? So you get up, Saturday morning, let's say, because school days that don't work, but Saturday morning you get up, you eat your cereal, you watch a cartoon, like Grid said. If you had something that you had to help with or get done, you got that done. Got on the bike and you hit the road, and we drank out of water hoses in people's yards all day long to drink water. Right, like random people, like, because we were the neighborhood kids and everybody knew who we were. And eventually and it may not even be one of our friends' family, but eventually somebody would go, come on, y'all come in and we'll make you a sandwich, and we go in there and they'd fix us a sandwich or something, whatever person it was, and then we were just all over the place. We'd be in the woods building forts, or there's no telling what we were doing. And stay going all day, and it was like this. It was just complete freedom, and it taught responsibility in a way, because we had to figure out, how are we going to get water to drink? How are we going to get food to eat? Like, how are we going to get back home? Oh crap, we got a flat on one of the bikes. How do we get this right? There wasn't any cell phones to call for help. Like, we had to figure something. Somebody got hurt, right? That happened, and we had to deal with it. Right. So there was a level there was freedom, but then on the flip side of that, there was also learning responsibility and learning how to problem solve and all of these other aspects that you don't get from having that kind of freedom.
I think a big problem these days is that a lot of parents are too afraid to let their kids do that, because they're worried about their kid being snatched by some PDF file, or they don't feel comfortable with them going to the home of someone they don't know what kind of person actually lives in that home anymore. If you want to really scare yourself,
that's society.
Look, you can generally, for your city or town, Google a map search for sex offenders and see where they live within your city, because you're required to register. They are required to register, and they're all over.
I don't know that that's a good cop out or excuse nowadays, because all kids pretty much have cell phones. And if you're talking about a group, which we would usually travel around and play around, I mean, there was a half a dozen, 8 of us at minimum. Like nobody is gonna. What are they gonna do? Some dude in a white van gonna try to snatch up 8 kids. Like somebody's gonna take a picture, use a cell phone. Like nowadays, like that's not gonna happen. Now, I will concede that in some areas of the country, more urban areas or something like that. I mean, maybe. And if you don't know your neighbors, I totally get it. But I grew up in basically the same place. I live in this pretty much the same place that I grew up, and it's not like that here now. It's not like it was even here. And the same people live here, like the same old lady that fixed us sandwiches 1,000 freaking times is still alive and still lives down the road. You know what I mean? And she would absolutely still fix sandwiches for little kids nowadays riding around, riding around town or whatever. And I say town, it's more of a community, but riding around the dirt roads and all that. So are there people that have moved into the area? Sure. I mean, I got some neighbors kind of across the way that moved in from Washington, but they moved in from Washington because they got fed up with Washington's politics. They love it here. And one of the first things they did before they ever even moved in is while they were, thinking about buying the house was they kind of made the rounds and talked to everybody, so they fit in the community perfectly. So we don't have, any type of craziness going on nowadays that, and so there's no reason for that not to be a thing anymore, except for maybe technology, maybe the way that maybe parents are sort of unreasonably afraid. And I think that happens a lot because, the news we're bombarded and it drives me insane.
Yeah.
We're bombarded on the news with all of the bad stuff that goes on in the entire world. And it's not a healthy mix of good and bad. It's all bad news. And when you're bombarded with that, you think the entire world is evil. And I've traveled the country enough to realize, that the world may be, but this country anyway, I've been in some pretty shady places before, in some pretty big cities. And I didn't once feel, in danger or anything like that.
Yeah, I'll go with that because so there's I think that it's overblown here. I don't, but I would also agree with what Clovertax said. You'd be insane to try and snatch one of the kids from my era. I mean, we were tough, man, and we were riding. Well, first of all, we were riding bikes, and we were pretty tough little kids.
Most of us had Rambo knives on top of that, right?
Yeah, I mean, everybody had a knife or a stick or something because you were always you always had to be the badass.
Baseball bat at the very least,
there was something, and not that I'm not saying that they were like, we just thought that why wouldn't we have that? And I don't know, man. I think parents today, and I actually had this conversation with one of my neighbors. So my son is allowed to ride his mini bike from our house pretty much anywhere in the subdivision. I don't care. He can't leave the subdivision, but that's really only because I'm a little concerned about the traffic issues that specific street has. It's just probably not a good idea. Now, will he likely do that at some point? If he was me, he would have. My parents had no idea how far I roamed, and they didn't want to know.
100%. Yeah.
They didn't care, and it was not, honestly, as long as I was in the appointed place at the appointed time, they didn't care. And I liked it that way. And so I learned really early on that if all I had to do was be back at X time, I would, and nobody bothered me and I could do what I want, I would be back at X time. And nobody would bother me. It was great. It's a wave of the future. But nowadays we just seem to have this culture of just stupidity that we don't know any of our neighbors. Like, now I will admit that we didn't know all of our neighbors back when I was growing up, but we knew most of our neighbors. and we could walk through, and no parent, actually, no one, parent or not, nobody would yell at a kid running through their backyard. Like it just didn't happen. Or their front yard, really. It just didn't happen. They just say, it's just some kid running by. Nowadays, if a kid steps off the sidewalk into somebody's yard, the cops are likely going to be called. That's right. This is where the stupidity has gotten way out of control.
Well, back then, the kids in the community were kind of everybody's kids because everybody knew each
Yeah, that's
other.
true. I'd go with that.
You know,
but even the people that didn't have kids, though, would not say anything about a group of kids as long as they weren't tearing anything up. Right now, I'm not talking about being a hoodlum and riding your bikes across somebody's yard and cutting ruts in fresh grass or whatever. I'm talking about you're playing hide and seek. We played hide and seek the entire block.
Yeah.
Was within bounds, right? Like the entire block. It didn't matter whose house it was. It didn't matter whose shed it was. If we could get in it, we'd hide in it. And occasionally you'd have a parent come by and talk to your parent about, maybe they thought you took a shovel or some tool or something out of the shed, or they thought just maybe you knew something about something they had they more than likely misplaced. But your parents would do the right thing and stand up for you, and they'd call you out there and say, hey, do you know anything about so and so's
or something that got broke or something?
Yeah, do you know something about this broken window? And you'd say, yeah, I didn't break it, but I know who did, but I'm not telling you. And or whatever it was. And I that built a lot. Honestly, I felt like it built a lot of character, built a lot of self-reliance, and kids these days are so overprotected. It's nuts, right? Like again, my neighbor had some questions for me about letting my son ride both his bicycle and the mini bike, and letting him ride the pit bike on the street got me a lot of questions. I was questioned quite a lot because apparently that was normal when I was a kid. Like the one kid that had the mini bike was the most popular kid because we'd all borrow it. And, it was great. My kid has one now and he rides all over the neighborhood. I don't care.
I didn't have a mini bike, but I had the Honda 3-wheeler.
Oh, dude, you were king. You were king of your crowd, no doubt.
Yeah,
you could not get cooler.
Really good year. There's red. Really good year that year. Yeah, my dad worked in the oil field, so it was literally feast or famine. One year we'd be on food stamps. Next year we'd be getting 3-wheelers.
Yeah,
the 80s. The oil was up and down and up and down and up and down. You never knew when you had a job. You had a good job when you had a job, but you never knew when you had a job.
Yeah, absolutely.
Pretty popular with that for sure. I never had a bike. I had a bicycle, obviously, mini. I never had a motorcycle.
Yeah, I bought my kid a pit bike because he wanted one so bad. And he did well. And so here's the thing, though. My son knows if he does well, if he follows the rules, if he does what I ask him to do, I will do what I say I'm going to do. I will go, when, I told him if he shot as best as he could at state, I would buy him the next level of shotgun. Right. And I did. He did well. He comported himself very nicely, very well. I should say, great sportsmanship. He earned it. He earned that. He earned that upgrade, right? And he knew in his heart of hearts that if he did not do well, he would not get it. I used to think that too. Smoking spaceman.
That's what I was looking at. Yeah.
I used to think that too, but that's garbage. I don't know of any family in recent memory that's been sued for something their kid did to somebody's house. Now, do they have to pay for damages because, the kid may have messed up their house or something? Sure. That's normal. But a kid falling down in somebody's yard, I don't know. I don't know. I haven't seen it. I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I'm sure that there's a bunch of records out there that says, oh, it's a big deal. But I think it's another one of those things it's like people believe that, whatever is good for you only because the press says it's good for you. People believe that things are bad for you because the press says
Exactly. I think it's a headspace thing because even with the PDF files, which she was saying, yeah, we know more about it. To say they weren't there before or they didn't exist, I think is a ridiculous statement because they did exist. They didn't just come out of the woodwork.
Yeah.
We
And not
just
only
didn't
did
know.
not only did they exist, but you're absolutely right. Like you didn't really know who was who.
Right.
Yeah,
it's true. That's very true.
Like I think about, like how many people in the neighborhood potentially did we interact with back in the day that could have been, right? Like there was no, back then you didn't have to disclose and register and do all this stuff. That wasn't a thing.
Yeah, but I think
and
that your
mother had their. Go ahead.
I was just going to say that, but we had that. We had a sense about us, right? Kids had common sense. They interacted with adults all the time.
Oh, stay away from the weirdos, right? Oh, old man, whatever lives there. Old lady, whatever lives there. Like don't.
Right.
Don't go
to her
near that
yard.
house.
Yeah, right. There was always those people for sure.
But we
And
all
we
interacted
thought-
with adults, right? We all interacted with adults at church, at school, at just all the time. We were constantly interacting with adults, and so we knew what a weird adult was. We understood what somebody would, saying, "Hey, do you want free ice cream?" Well, we know we were not stupid. We understood that there's no free ice cream.
Yeah.
That would be weird.
Well,
and our mothers had what they would call today a tracking device. She would call Mrs. Franklin down the street and know that you just passed the house 2 minutes ago. So even though we thought we were free, our parents really did know they knew where we were at all times of the day.
Yeah, it's true. They had some kind of idea. Yeah, that is true. Or they talked, like this community, like everybody talked, right? So like you're saying, Mrs. Johnson would call my mom, or my mom would call Mrs. Johnson, not to ask about us, but just for whatever thing, right? Like to let her know about the church function or some whatever the thing is, or gossip, right? Like that's a thing. And during that conversation, it's like, hey, the kids just drove by, and so she would know that at least what area we were in at that time. Like, oh, they're around Mrs. Johnson's house over there.
Yeah, from the people I interact with, that it's a very different environment now. I mean, I love what you guys grew up with. I think it was very idyllic, but these days more and more people are renting. They're not even living in a typical little middle class neighborhood with the picket fence and the road and whatnot, where kids can go ride their bikes. They're in larger, more crowded areas. Especially the younger generations are renting more and more, and they're scared to death to let their kids go outside alone. They don't love it, but they feel safer with their kids inside playing on an iPad versus
well, that's dumb.
And usually they try to have their kids enrolled in sports activities and stuff where they're very supervised, but kind of running free is not very common anymore.
Yeah, but it should be. And none of the reasons you named are valid. First of all, my parents rented my entire early years. I mean, literally, they didn't own a house until they really didn't own a house until I was just about in college. But that's not a good reason that they're renting. And we lived in areas where people typically rented. We didn't live in nice neighborhoods. Matter of fact, I honestly believe that we were safer in the not so nice neighborhoods because everybody was watching everything all the time.
Well, this is
we knew generically, we knew every car that was supposed to be there. If somebody came in that, like drove through the neighborhood, wow, did you see that? Whatever kind of car it was, because it's new. We didn't see it all the time.
Well,
And
this is one of the poorest counties probably in Texas. Median or whatever income is like under $30,000 a year. It's like 28,000 or something. And it was now, take that back then, and it was the same way, right? And between my grandfather and my uncle, they had rental units, probably 12 or 15, maybe rental units, like in this little community. And there were constantly people coming and going in those rental units. But what we've talked about, Grid, Pina, and myself so far, and a common thread and something that is missing, to Arthur Dye's point, is community. Those people that are renting and are so afraid to let their kids out, why don't they get out and meet the people in the community? And why don't they become a part? Why is community not a thing anymore? Right? People are like, if it doesn't affect them, if you don't revolve around their world, right? It's like there's no sense of community hardly anymore. And it's annoying. There is, as far as being online. I mean, we're kind of doing that here. But everything's virtual community now. My group on Facebook, my group on Twitter, my group on, screw that. You need to meet in person. You need to have conversations in person. Church rolls are down, and I'm not being religious and advocating for that, but as less and less people go to church, that's a place where people meet and get to know each other and your neighbors. So yeah.
Well, I could say that a part of that is the fact that the culture in America now shifted to hardcore modernity in terms of technology, where, well, let's be honest, how many of you, if you were growing up now, how many people do you believe that most of your neighborhood or the area you grew up in, how much of that do you think would stay there 5, 10, 15, 20 years? I could tell you that probably not many. We live in a mobile culture now where everyone moves every other couple years. You don't set up homesteads no more. You're not sitting there going and taking a whole community with you and then planting your flag there for generations. You don't do that no more.
True.
I mean, the nesting mentality has left the culture in America. Even when the settlers are moving out west from the major cities, they brought everybody with them. Their aunts, uncles, the elders, whoever could make the trip with them, they took them all with them on wagon trails.
Well, they needed.
You don't do that, no.
But they needed that support.
Exactly.
Right?
And now you can fly on an airplane now.
Yeah,
and it could just be you and your wife, and then that's it. Across the country, 2,000 miles in 3 hours. Boom. There you go.
Get off a plane, rent a place, and you're off to the races.
Yep. That's dispelment of community right there.
True.
Because I'll be honest with you that when I talk to, so like for me and our family, I talk about this all the time. We want to nest. We want to go where the patriarch goes. Where the patriarch goes, the rest are going to go follow and at least stay in the general region. A lot of my other friends, like I'll be honest, like it's my Latino and my Arab friends, they all want to do that. But all my Anglo-Saxon friends, they live completely apart from each other. 2,000 miles apart from each other. And I love those guys. Like my friend Donnie, he lives all the way in South Carolina. And he, it's like there's no community here. He's had to move around several times. And most of them, they separate. And then they send their phone call to their parents every other month or so, maybe. They hardly ever see their parents or their grandparents if they're still alive. And
now
it's because of the convenience of that travel. You think that you can maintain connection for a long, when you really won't, because like anything, if you get too much convenience, you start to grow lax, right?
Do you think?
And connections with family take a lot to do.
Do you think that the traveling nature and people moving around a lot more now, like you're talking about, do you think a lot of any of that has to do with chasing more money, keeping up with the Joneses? Social media portrays that your standard of living needs to be like this level, super freaking high.
Yes, absolutely. I believe all that plays a part.
I don't know, it's even trying to keep up with the Jones though, but in this economy, people are trying to stay afloat, and a lot of them are chasing jobs in different locations.
Well, you could totally stay afloat in this county. So just saying.
Like I understand, like Grits said, and he said a couple times that you need to move where the money is, and I can agree with that. But the other side of that is, it is your responsibility, though. Even though you're going to move where the money is at, that also means that you don't have an excuse anymore to not maintain a connection to your family wherever you left them at or
Well,
wherever you moved from.
but I see
And I
people.
think,
Well, go ahead, finish your point.
yeah, and I think that's a major compound is missing, because I'll tell you what, when we move away, you move away to make your money and do your own thing. But at the end of the day, you still find a way to maintain a connection or come back to the home base still. See?
Yeah. So
Um,
what I see, and even with my two girls that for a period of time moved away, and I see this with many multiple people that kind of move out of this area and go somewhere. And then of course I've got friends and their kids and other people that I know that have done the same thing. Is that they you're right that they are chasing the better money. Hey, I'm going to go over here and I'm going to make all this much more money, but they factor in absolutely zero the cost of living. And then when it's said and done, I see so many people that move back to this area and they actually do better off in this area because they don't realize, okay, I'm making a third of what I could in, let's say, Dallas or, even another state, big city, whatever. Okay, I'm making a third of what I do there. But, with the cost of living being so low here, like it all averages out, right?
while still enjoying the sense of community, right?
Yeah.
And having that
Yeah.
as a backbone, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to challenge your perspective too much, but I don't think moving has that much to do with it. However, let me draw some corollaries to what I do think, and I'm going to repeat some of what Clovertack said earlier. The people just don't go to church anymore. They need to do that. People don't go to school
Not just
events.
that, but PTA, sports games, right?
Right.
Like
That's exactly what I was about to say.
county fairs, whatever.
Yeah, all of the different events socially, but your kids need to ride the bus. You don't need to drive your kids to school.
Yeah.
Right? Like
That's tough. That's tough here because everything has been consolidated to a point that kids don't even get home. In my area, like the bus comes through here, like it's nearly 6 o'clock in the evening.
Yeah,
it's
I get that. I get that, but so my son had the choice because he goes to a private school. The private school is about right at, on a good day, it's 45 minutes away. On a bad day, it's an hour and 15. Right. So it's just, traffic can be bad.
Yeah.
He has the option. He had the option to ride the bus. He wanted to ride the bus because his entire life he's been driven to school.
Mm-hmm.
And he doesn't know any of his schoolmates.
Well,
he doesn't
not
talk
bad.
to any of his schoolmates.
Said 45 minutes to an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't have a problem with that. That would be fine.
So he gets his bus drops him off arrives at the drop off point because since it is a private school, they make two drop offs. They have south and north, right?
Yeah,
and we get dropped off at the north location, and so I have to go pick him up from there. But he's there. He gets there like 4:30, 5 o'clock, usually, unless he takes the late bus, in which case he gets there at 6:30.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that kids should ride the bus if at all possible, because they're there with their friends.
In most cases I agree. Yeah, in most cases I agree. Our kids would have, if it wasn't a nearly 3-hour bus ride. I mean, our kids, and they did on occasion. Don't get me wrong. There were times when, for whatever reason, they were registered or set up or whatever to ride the bus. So there were times where they had to. It wasn't a choice. My wife or I just couldn't go get them, and so we would call the school and say, "Hey, put them on the bus." Right.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna say it's ideal, but again, depending on your school district, if you're someone like Grid that you can afford to send your kids to a private school, that's awesome, and you probably have sort of upper tier parents and children in that class. But I have colleagues at work that their kids ride the bus and they've had their kids bullied, beat up, they've had drugs offered.
Good. They need that. Why are we sheltering kids? We're making a bunch of pussies. They need to get into fights. They need to get bullied. They need these things. We're fucking our kids over. 100%.
I just don't think it's necessary for your kid to come home with a head
necessary.
injury because someone
100%.
larger than him beat him up on the bus. I don't find that
Well,
helpful.
why is it not?
I don't find that helpful.
You don't?
Have your
So the
kid.
kid becomes a pussy because he's never had confrontation. So what he does is when he gets into a confrontation, instead of resolving it with normal, and by normal, I mean potentially a little bit of violence, but he knows where to end that violence because he's been hurt and he understands how to be hurt. Instead of that, he hatches a plan to go to school and shoot a bunch of his classmates because he's pissed off. That is the better alternative.
Usually confronting a bully stops the bullying.
Yeah,
I've
I
seen
mean,
that. I've seen that over and over and over, not only personally for me, but with my kids. Knock the absolute snot out of them. We'll deal with the school or whatever repercussions we got to deal with, but you put an end to this, right? And not, like you said, not harbor it. And because here's it, but I feel the plight in a way with what Arthur Dry is saying. Here's the difference. There's a difference between bullies when we were growing up, Grid, and bullies now, right?
True.
Nowadays, kids with social media, kids can't get away from it. Used to, the worst I had to deal with a bully was at school, maybe on the bus ride if they rode the same bus, right?
Sure.
That was it, and that was it. So I had the entire weekend. I had evenings or whatever. Now, like, that's not the case. Like, if there's a bully, kids get bullied 24/7, 365 pretty much. And that's why we see a lot of the problem we see. But kids need to learn to stand up for themselves, and they need to have parents that are okay with them standing up for themselves, because the school districts, by and large part nowadays, at least around here, I could be a student, high school student, let's say, 5 kids jump me, I curl up in the ball on the ground. They're stomping me. Teachers run over there, break that up, and I get just as much trouble as the 5 kids that stomp me into the ground. It's the same exact. It's the same exact punishment. That's the policy at most school districts around here, and it has been. It has been since my kids went to school. It wasn't that way when I went to school, but it has been since my kids went to school. So what I told my kids was, you fight back. You defend yourself. You don't start a fight, but by God, you better finish it. And if you come home, 100%. If you come home and you have finished it, right? Provided you didn't start it, I will go to bat for you. You will not get in trouble at home. We will take whatever punishment that we've got to take, go to the school board, do whatever we got to do. I've got your back. But by God, you better stand up for yourself.
So I was going to say the school districts here will come down upon the child defending themselves if they inflict harm or violence.
Well, then our school districts will turn you gay.
They don't even have to.
Yeah, I mean,
you don't even have to fight back at ours.
And
You're
besides the point,
defending school districts that are turning kids gay.
I understand that, but we don't have that option. Not everyone has the option to pull their kids out and do private school. And
you vote. You can go to school board meetings. You can do these things. Your kid can punch a kid in the nose, and you can go to the school board meeting and say, "My kid."
But Greg, the kids don't even know. The parents don't even take time to know.
So the problem is
the problem is that you're turning kids into pussies, and it's biting us in the dick all the time, because these are the kids that are going to be taking care of us in our old age.
No, they're not going to be taking care of us.
Well, that's exactly right. They're not going to be taking care of us.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. The parents don't want to know. Okay? Because if they know, then they have to do something about it. And they rather play dumb and blind and not know, because that would require action. That would require them to do action. And I'm sorry, these pussified metrosexual parents androgynous style. I don't
Because
know.
their
from
parents
the
didn't let
husband
them
or the
get
wife
bullied either.
parent. All right, they don't want to do it. Those do you think the dad with the man bun is going to try to go in there with his flip-flop sandals to try to be tough? How do you think that's going to go?
Right. I've had this up forever. Mr. Boulay, yes, the original lawn darts for the win. Thanks for the $5, man. I
Wow.
really appreciate it.
Yeah.
The
I miss
assistant,
lawn darts.
My neighbor got hit by one of them right in the leg.
Really?
Say that normal adults and normal
Is this French?
workplaces,
This looks like French.
yes, change the channel and I don't know,
No.
and
Cassette on
sets and return. I don't know. Is it like
Cassette.
Creole or something?
Hey, we're in America. Speak American. God damn it.
But I was saying, like, normal adults don't have to put up with that kind of bullying and violence and stuff in their workplaces. Like when my sister,
But they do. But
as
they
an
absolutely
wasn't
do.
that people bullying her and threatening to smack her across the face or the head. And if someone did, they'd be fired on the spot. Yet kids that do
But
this
they're
stuff
still
don't get suspended.
bullied. They're still bullied, though. Bullying is not just getting smacked in the head. Bullying is literally intimidating people. People that never face bullies will be intimidated. I mean, we make so many. It's interesting that we make so many comedies about this. We make so many movies about these subjects, and yet we get it wrong. So, and we have online bullying. We have all of these things, and what we do not teach kids to deal with it. We teach kids to run away. We teach the kids to ignore it, which it does not work. That is absolutely the wrong answer. We are, and by we, I mean the global we, not me, because I'm right on this. Culturally, we are wrong. We're on the wrong end of the stick, and this is why we've ended up with a bunch of gay people running our schools. That's why we literally have to fight to keep trans people from dancing in front of children, because a bunch of people who they don't like confrontation.
No, what we need parents to fucking give a damn.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
We need parents with spines. You know, it's this thing that's supposed to be in your back.
Your child is not your friend.
That's right. Child's a child.
No. Why would you
and
want
your
to be
neighbor's
their friend?
child? And your neighbor's child can be your kid's best friend, but you have to treat him like an enemy sometimes, because that's the way it is.
Yeah,
you got to treat all kids like enemies, even yours. They try to divide and conquer the parents.
That is true.
There's a time to treat your child like a friend. And
when he's my age.
That is once your child once you have raised that child right, and that child is grown and moved out. At that point, that child can become your friend. That's fine. But not
like me and my dad, we go to the gym. Like we go to the gym together. That's our thing. Right? Like we live near each other. We go to the gym together. That's our thing, what we do. And I give him shit like he was just the regular guy in the gym. That's our thing. Come on, old man. Why are you lifting up that baby weight? Shit.
Yeah. My dad did not. My dad, what opened my eyes about that is I pretty much grew up. I respected my dad for work ethic and providing and all of that, but I pretty much grew up with like, my dad's a fucking asshole. And I got married early, left out of the house and all that, and it was partially because of that. Now, I mean, I was just up there, helping him work on his fucking truck, yesterday. We have some amazing fucking conversations, like friendly, back and forth. I mean, like, it's my relationship with my dad is way better than it ever could have been if he'd have been like touchy-feely, friendly with me as a kid. Because as a kid, I wouldn't have been able to even appreciate it, right? But now I do. I'm like, wow, he did what he did for a reason. He was a fucking parent, and he did it for a reason. And now we can have that type of relationship, which is really cool.
Yeah, I could attest to that too. It's the same way. My son used to think I was a hard ass. I was too hard, conservative, right? And I mean, he literally moved the hell across the country. When he turned 18, he said, I got my girl, I'm out. And he went to Florida. And I said, that's fine. Just understand you want to put your big boy pants on. When you go out there, if you get your ass handed to you, if you have to come back to me in any way, shape, or form, it's going to be even worse for you as an adult having to come back to me for help. And he lived out in the world for a few years, and then hard times hit, and things happened, and he ended up having to come back home. And I kept my word. I made things a lot worse. And he got his ass up, worked 3 jobs, and got the hell out in 4 months. And, and we're closer than ever. We talk all the time. He comes and visits, he brings him and my daughter-in-law. And it's great. I mean, so I was a parent, and now we're closer than ever. And it's the same thing with my father now that he's in his later years after having the strokes and stuff, and now he's under my care. It's like with Glenn. I mean, today was the day where, because I take him on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays, we go out in the woods and go out on the trails and stuff, even with his limited mobility and everything. And he exercises every day. He comes out with me out to the nature walks, out in the meadows and stuff. And it's great. It really is.
Yeah. So again, I know it seems like I came down kind of hard on Arthur Daya, but
I had to go back. There was it Siege D says every time Arthur Daya gets on the panel, start the countdown clock till she gets into an argument.
I saw that. I know I came down hard on her, but she was a really
no, you can't. I can take it. It's all good.
It's an interesting thing because those are the exact reasons that are causing the issues that we have. And the leftists literally do everything they can to defend those actions. There's a school here local to me that has a culture of lesbian and homosexual behavior. That literally it's trendy. Like you're nobody if you go there and you're not, lesbian.
Bro, that is like every school out here, especially by the ocean.
Yeah,
like if you go to any school by the beaches, like if you ain't a dude sucking dick, you are not cool. Like that's how it is. And like even the high school quarterback is probably getting his back blown out by the linebackers for fun. Like that's the sad thing.
Yeah. But here in Tennessee, that stuff typically wouldn't fly. But at this specific school, because of the staffing and teachers, that would be, it's been propagated. It's so big an issue that the school board has had special meetings about it. And it's actually peer pressure from the other students that are making this an issue. And it wouldn't probably actually be an issue, but it's a magnet school, which means that the children have to test into it to go there. And so these parents pay a lot of attention to what their kids do. It's as close as you can get to a private school without paying for it. It's free. And so the parents pay a lot of attention to it. And it has been a huge deal here. And two of the things that were highlighted during the entire mess, and it has been a mess. One of them was that the culture of quiet bullying was very sophisticated and very
what's quiet bullying, if you don't mind me asking?
Where they were it's hidden away. Like they're not pushing and shoving kids. They're just literally like constantly bullying them and pressuring them online.
Like you're talking about like the non-confrontational bullying?
Yeah, non-confrontational bullying. Yeah.
The gay bullying.
And it was, and it really, there's a lot of pressure for kids to come out as gay or lesbian. And It honestly, I don't know exactly what brought it to the school board's attention in the way that it did, but it was massive, and it's been a big deal here. But it never needed to happen that way, because all you had to do was let the kids be kids and let them not,
But see,
not-
like like the school districts like get like certain amount of
Of course,
money.
the parents are over the. I mean, the parents have literally torn the school apart. I mean, obviously
Like,
it's changing.
Don't the
But
parents get like a certain amount of money, or the school doesn't get a certain amount of money for them being like LGBTQ?
see, I don't know.
Federal funding for that. I think it's
That's
just
what I'm thinking. I think they do actually.
I don't
may
know.
be wrong.
Well, if it's federal, then no, because our governor, especially this past year, our governor refused all federal education funding because of the strings that were attached to it, specifically with DEI and the gender.
Now, is
fluid
it under like private though? Like, because you said it's not a normal public school, so would it be under like a charter or like you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not
yeah.
I forgot the word I'm looking for, but I think you know what I mean, right?
I'm sorry.
Like, you know what I mean? It's not public, but it's like charter. Like, so it's like under a different.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, it's probably similar to this. This is what's called a magnet school.
So I wonder if that's still considered like the same public schools system, or if it's half privatized, half like what is it when they like a third party type of thing. So like this, some of the schools out here, like the charter schools out here, they're not necessarily public schools. Although they work with the public school district, they are like a third
this
party.
is actually part of the public school system. It's just
okay.
It's considered a magnet. You have to test into it, but it's free to go there. So technically, it is just another public school. But hey, guys, on this on the French thing, if they're not going to speak English, just time them out for probably the rest of the show.
Yeah, because YouTube can actually do those nasty things to you based on the chat.
Yeah.
Well, I've been running them through, trying to run them through Google Translate, and very few words are even translating, and what ones are translating are curse words. So it's like,
it sounds like something like Haitian Creole maybe is my best, but it doesn't translate, and I don't know what is being said, if it's TOS or not, which is concerning.
It's pretty close to it. So just no more foreign language. If you insist on speaking
American up in here, okay? Speak American.
Yeah, speak American. Preferably Southern American.
God damn it.
Probably a troll.
I was just gonna say, back to that conversation. One of the things that you were saying earlier is that the bullies are not the same as they were, and the infiltration of gangs. We have more and more infiltration of gangs, further and further than it used to be. Just the cities, the big cities, and it's no longer just the big cities. So a lot of these kids are not dealing with your everyday neighborhood bully. They're actually dealing with a kid who comes from a family that are gangs. And it's a whole different psychology with them. And that's where it gets scary. So I agree with Arthur Daya about that, because it's not your normal bully.
So okay, I may be out of the loop here in the conversation, but like, are we trying to say like the gangs are still like the gangs like when I was coming up, like the gangs? Or
I
like,
don't know what
we
the
talking
gangs
like
were when
the
you
gang-
were coming up.
Well, okay, let's just say when the gangs when I coming up, like yo, they were drive-bys like that. You see that in movies? That shit happened out here. Like that was the real deal. Like
yeah,
that's what I'm talking about. MS-13, those gangs. That's what I'm talking about.
And those little Mexicans, they weren't the issue. We had to worry about. We had to worry about the Serreños and
the Serreños, Norteños, the Bloods, the Crips.
the Latin Kings.
Not Lion King's in
And we had race wars too in our streets.
Oh shit, yeah. Like
Black, Hispanic, Latino, and blacks. We cut off lines on street lines, and if you crossed them, then there's going to be major heat. That's what we were dealing with when we were kids. So I don't know. It got so bad that Clinton had to send the National Guard into Compton to deal with that. That's what we were dealing with every day.
Yep, and I see that what's worse is like I grew up, like my stepdad is black, so most of like my family that I grew up with were all black, and my mom is Hispanic and my dad's Italian, so like I'm the fucking Mexican, like I was like the Hispanic. They called me the N lover, and I'm just like, yeah, that's my family, and they would try to like, it never, like it was always a fight. It was always a battle over there, so like shootouts and like. Fights and people getting stabbed. Yeah, that was a Tuesday. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
I don't think
if they have it as bad as they did then. Now, maybe in certain areas like Chicago. What were you
You
saying?
guys understand that the reason that kids get into gangs in the first place is they're getting bullied and they want the protection, or they're literally bullied into joining the gang because they either join it or they get beat up. But if they knew how to take care of themselves and they knew how to trust their parents and talk to them, it wouldn't be such a problem. All of the answers keep coming back to you have to teach your kid. You need to be responsible for your kid. And
absolutely.
Oh no, great! I joined because I wanted money.
I know, and you've got.
No, I was serious. I became a drug dealer.
Well, right, yeah, no, I believe you. I've actually. I mean, Wes Watson did too, and
yeah, but I didn't get in trouble. I stopped.
Yeah, you stopped.
I ran into the Air Force.
So here's the thing. I used to work with this guy. His name was Rodney, and actually his name was Rodney Roosevelt, but he was a white guy, which really confused everybody. And so Rodney came from like Nowheresville, Missouri, or not Ohio, but what's that? Kansas somewhere. Like there's nothing there but cornfields and little towns. And he lived in a little town. He grew up in a little town. Their entertainment on the weekend was going in out in the field and just fighting, like literally just like fighting, because that's it. They that's all they could do, and it put a lot of character in him, because you learn how to take a punch. You learn how to not get angry just because somebody hit you. Like there's a better way to deal with it. And I'm not saying that that's the right way to do it, but he didn't join a gang. Well, of course, Nebraska, though, still. I don't know, guys. I feel like that a lot of the problems that we're talking about are self-induced.
Oh yeah, no. Most of the problems are self-induced. But let me tell you something about like the gangs though, like because the gangs, there really isn't a whole lot of like choices for you. It's either you either get down or you're gonna be fucked with, and you don't have the protection. It's like, hey, they're gonna fuck with you, and either it's better that you have people that have your back than do it alone. Now you could try to do it alone and they'll respect you doing it alone, but you're only gonna do that for so long before you're gonna look for help, right? And it's a trap for people. I don't think any young guy like goes into it like,
sure,
this is what I aspire to do. I think they're like, fuck, like mom and dad are at work or whatever, and I don't know who's gonna be able to help me out, right? Like, and it's not like most of these kids are like getting a ride to school from their parents and getting dropped off or whatever. No, they're walking or taking the bus, the city bus at that. This ain't the school bus. No, they gotta take like public transportation. Like have you been in a public transportation in Los Angeles? Man, it'll change your life. And it's like, it's just, these kids are like exposed to some really grimy shit. So it's like, it makes sense why they do it. it's not right. They shouldn't have to, but under the circumstances that they are in at that moment, they're like, this is the best route. It's more of a survival thing, is where they're coming at it from. If I want to make it, this is what I got to do. Me, I wasn't cool enough. I couldn't do it too much. I wasn't like gang. I was more like drug dealer. I just knew all the gangsters, but that's a whole nother story.
That's a whole other story. You don't want to hear that.
And I only did that till like I was in 10th grade. I think like from 8th grade to 10th grade, I did it. And then I saw my best friend go to jail, and like he actually got charged as like an adult for like the amount of like, you know, and this is back in the day that weed. This is weed, right? This is not the hard shit. This is weed. Like when he got charged for like as an adult for all those weed, I was like, oh no. I can't do jail. Never did. Story over.
Yeah.
I'm laughing at Clovertack in the chat.
Oh, I'm having fun. This is fun.
I get that.
I'm just having fun. I don't know what the dude's problem is or chick's problem is. They're from fucking Europe or some shit and blaming me for Ukraine. Like, fuck Ukraine. I didn't send people over there. I could care fucking less. My point is, you bring whatever standing army you want against us, against America, you're fucked.
America?
That's all I gotta say. You're fucked. And that's been known for decades, if not centuries at this point. So bring it. That's all I gotta say.
Is Ortho-Albos Ukraine?
Sounds like some country needs a huge helping of freedom.
Yeah, that's just right.
It just kind of, now you guys make me think of this, like it's like a little like segue into this song was like, what would you do if I fucked up your whole crew? Would you run like a bitch from me?
That's pretty funny.
Just late night back and forth. That's all it is.
Oh yeah.
It's been a nice chill stream though. I sent Josie the link. Maybe she'll come up, maybe not. It's fine either way. All good. But
so okay, question. Like, does she do this to you? And I guess I gotta figure out how to address it. Because some people have like commented to me like, Glenn, you're too nice with her. Like she tends to like kind of overpower the conversation at times, or make it go kind of left. And I'm like, wait a minute. We weren't talking about that. We're over here. Let's stay over here with it, Josie. But I'm like trying to be polite and like, you know, like, okay, just hear her out. Okay, well, we're gonna navigate it back over here, and then she goes, nope, back to the left. I'm like, okay. How, like, did she do that to you, or is it just me? Is it just a me thing?
She does. Jerry said she's walking Enzo. She does that to herself.
Oh, well, that's true. And I notice other people do it to me too, and I'm like, and I have easily corrected them. Maybe I just have an issue for correcting women without want to be too rude. I don't know.
did Glenn like walk? Did he hit the fade button?
That was
What
weird.
fade button? What fade button? Is there a fade button?
I don't know, man. It sounded like you were like fading way out.
You faded out.
Josie's like, if you take control of your stream, I will. No, it's not. It's not even that. It's just like, I'd be like on a thought, and then I'm like, wait a minute, where do we go with it? But I notice other people do it to me too, or try to do it too. But I snap on the guys more. Maybe is it my assimilation to feminism? Is that what I'm dealing with?
She said, "Ain't nobody stopping me."
Well, wait a minute though. Is it more a nod to feminism to treat a woman like you would a man, or is it more a nod to or less of a nod to feminism to treat a woman differently from a man?
Oh, I'll tell you right now, like, I do not treat women equal to men. You know, like, by any means. Like, people say, "Oh, there's Glenn being Mr. Political or being, you know, politician, you know, like, you know, try not to upset the lady." And I'm like, yeah, because I want to communicate with them. I don't want them to shut, you know, out the conversation. So yeah, I may deal with them with kid gloves or talk to them differently than.
I
And
think
that's
sometimes you're
very-
too nice.
I think
See?
that's the instinct of most men is that without thinking about it or putting a lot of thought into it, they're going to treat women a little more softly than they would.
You got it. I'm gonna have to bring the asshole out. That's it. They want the ambassador
Yeah.
of toxic masculinity.
Yeah.
That's fine. Hey, on the Ortho Albos guy, I mean, he's Albanian, so please take it easy. They don't have a very good education system. They're they're fucked up, man. I mean, come on, it's Albania.
Isn't that a bird? Isn't the Albanian a bird?
I mean, you would think so, but
that's an albatross. Never mind.
You would think so, but nothing flies there. So I'm just saying. So anyway,
See what
Eurotrash-
Josie said because we're too ADHD. I told you she does it to herself too. That's exactly what it is.
What's really cool about Josie is that she will take over somebody's stream. So I always had to push back against Josie, and sometimes she would take the opposite position just to do it.
Just be a contrarian.
Just you know, because life can't be too easy. And you know,
I wonder if it's a troll, like her trolling you.
No, it really wasn't a troll. It was literally like she would just take the opposite issue and just kind of go to, and I maybe she was like trying to do like a level up debate training technique or something. I don't know. It was weird. But anyway, the one thing about Josie though is you usually pretty much know exactly where you stand with her.
Oh yeah, I think Josie's amazing. I think
Josie's
she's awesome.
I mean, and
Like she'll
said,
tell you. I love how she tells you how it is, not tells you how you want it to be. Like, and she has zero fucks to give about it too. She's just kind of like,
yeah,
well, you're upset about it. Oh well,
yeah, cry,
like
cry harder.
like if I,
yeah,
don't care.
Ironically, Josie's reaction to a lot of the crap that goes on in these online spaces, this is a lot more masculine and emotionally controlled than a lot of the men that particularly Andrew has had to deal with lately.
Well,
Oh, Josie, and Josie has no problem calling someone out or having beef with somebody that's like fucking with the crew.
Oh, Josie will knife a bitch. I'm just telling you.
She'll knife a dude. Fuck a bitch. Like,
she was.
I'm not even.
She was straight up.
It was funny because I guess like I guess she was like one time I guess she went on Sarah's stream or whatever, and I guess she was like looking for a specific certain person to to address them or call them out on their shit, and that's what she went there for. She was like, yeah, I went there looking for a motherfucker. Like, where's he at? Like, yo, I was like, wait a minute, why? What did he do to you? She's like, not you, me. He did it to you. I'm like,
it was actually really awesome.
Like, no, yeah. So Josie,
I still love Josie. Josie had originally asked me for like a paid membership to the Crucible video, and she hasn't collected yet. I owe her something. I don't know. Maybe she's changed her mind about what that is, but.
And I gotta be nice to Josie. She lives like less than 20 miles away from me.
Yeah, that's within range of her Fiat. So you should.
I might end up becoming a victim just for even talking.
Victim of your own, whatever. I don't know. Yeah, that's
if you guys do not hear from me, you know why.
Yeah, actually, that's actually true too. Angel Berber says Josie is one of the most based French Canadians I have ever seen or heard, almost unheard of. That's pretty
I think she's
true.
the only base. I think she's the only French Canadian I've ever heard of.
No, I will say that if you go back to during the
you're gonna bring it up. That's fine.
There was a number of truckers and stuff that really went against a lot of the more draconian Canadian edicts that went out.
Oh yeah.
So I think there are a number of pretty based people that live in Canada that are not super happy with the government that they have.
Yeah, Farney is one of them. You know, I think Farney is one of those guys. Pretty base.
Yeah, Farney's being tracked. They'll take him out at some point.
I mean, he just says too much shit. You know what I mean?
Like, well, you know, it's funny because a few years ago I said something like on a public platform, and the person next to me said, "Hey, you need to be careful. You're going to get on a list." And I'm like, "You think there's a list I'm not already on? Seriously? Like, have you heard me?"
Right. It's so cute. It's so cute when I get a new NFA item and somebody goes, you know, that Dad puts you on a list. I'm like, oh, aren't you cute?
Yeah, I'm on all the lists. I'm not at the top though.
Do you pay an electricity bill? Yeah, you're on a fucking list. I hate to tell you.
Yeah. Are you on YouTube? You're on a list.
Oh, I can guarantee you.
You're on the right list or wrong list. Yeah, wrong list. Sorry. Yeah. It's an interesting thing though. All the cool people are on list. Yeah, that's probably true. I could go with that. So, yep. It's an interesting dilemma though. You know, do you want to be on the list or do you not want to be on the list, or do you care?
I want to be on the list. I want to be on the list. I like who's on the list.
Right, you're in good company. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you want to be on the list, right? Why wouldn't you?
Well, because if you
It's
go
a happening place.
if you go to countries like Cuba or China where they have a whole social credit score system, or Cuba where they keep some, it's like a file on you of everything you do or say or don't do correctly. They have it tracked, and they can hold that against you.
Well, that's Cuba. I don't plan on going to Cuba. Fuck Cuba.
Me neither.
Well, I'm saying that's the nth degree though of a government tracking people and trying to regulate what they do and say and how they behave, right?
It's also why we have a Second
There's-
Amendment. But okay.
Well, there's a lot of people
Exactly
that
why we have a
like
Second
you.
Amendment.
There's a
Which
lot
is
of people
why
that take
We got
that.
a First Amendment before that.
I feel the need to take a moment for a public service announcement that Arthur Dias still has not purchased her firearm.
I blame her boyfriend.
Oh, busted.
God, I blame the
So
boyfriend.
therefore,
We got to have the
somebody
boyfriend
needs
debate
to-
eventually. We got to have that, Grid. Got to have the Arthur Die boyfriend.
Yeah.
What do you call
I'm
it?
not
What do you call it?
exercising my Second Amendment rights very well here.
Yeah,
The,
you need to. You need to
intervention-
make
the
some
boyfriend
time.
intervention. We got to have the boyfriend intervention. That's what we need.
Yeah, so he has firearms, but I asked him if he would take me to a range and show me how to shoot them, and he was not overly enthusiastic about the
Why?
idea.
What the?
Yeah.
Why? Why?
What did you do to this poor man?
I don't know.
Hey, I'm curious. So, if you don't mind, can you drop what area you're in and maybe the private chat?
Like on Discord, or
No. Oh, you're on mobile or something, aren't you?
I'm on YouTube through whatever Discord link on Streamlabs, I guess, opened it up.
Oh.
But I'm in kind of middle of Florida.
Okay. Hang on. Y'all can keep talking. Don't let me kill the.
And
fucking
as they street racers bringing up, unfortunately, the hospital where I work, we have like metal detectors, and we are not allowed to bring firearms in there, which would be the main reason I would prefer to have a gun would be, walking to and from work in the dark. It's about a 10-minute walk out to the parking lot.
Y'all don't have lockers you can walk in and put stuff in beforehand?
We're not allowed to bring guns.
Can't
Yeah,
even go
no.
in
And
that
then
far.
Same here.
I don't know if this is
Wow.
getting too much out. I work at a VA hospital as well as a second job, and we're definitely not allowed to have firearms on the
So-
government property.
Concealed means
Ironically, but-
concealed. And if there's a way around metal detectors, it's concealed means concealed.
Yeah, but I don't know that I'd screw around in a hospital. I mean, I get the non-compliance with, you know, going into some random clothing store, mom and pop thing or something like that. Like, I get it, but I
Well,
wouldn't.
especially on a government property.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Want to cross it.
Yeah, I wouldn't fuck around and find out with that. I don't
Yeah.
think. Like that's that's a line I
Yeah.
don't think I would be willing to
Yeah.
cross.
I've been my policy is unless there are metal detectors involved, I am armed. And even then, if there's a way around the metal detector, I'm gonna take it.
Right.
And I don't know that there's been a problem where I am currently, but I think I mentioned on chat a while back to Bay Street Racer that when I was in med school in Miami, it's very close to what is basically a ghetto called Liberty City. There's a lot of gang violence there, and there were gangs that were coming into the trauma hall and literal shootouts in the trauma hall because they would try to kill someone to kind of earn their notch on their belt or whatever for their gang initiation ceremonies. And if the person didn't die, they didn't get their notch, whatever, however you would phrase that. And so they did not want the doctors saving the person they were trying to off. And it created quite a bit of conflict. And so they had to put in armed security guards and the metal detectors and everything down there in Miami. And luckily got kind of cleaned up before I ended up having my rotation down in it's called Ryder Trauma Center down there.
Wow.
But it's,
My
it's
go ahead. No, go ahead.
It's a problem because we do get a lot of families that at times are very upset or angry about the care their loved one has been given, or their tensions run very high. And so to have firearms in the hands of patients and families could potentially create a really unsafe situation.
Look, I'd rather have it and not need it than need it and not have it.
Yep.
Yeah.
I bring mine everywhere. I mean, I've taken mine on set to film when I'm filming and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I have it. They won't know. I mean, they don't know that and most of the roles that I play, my character carries a gun anyway. So,
well, in most cases, it's like a trespass thing.
Yeah.
In most situations, but with that government facility, hospital, there's a lot of different things there that it could ramp it up depending on what.
It's like they're gonna detect it with metal detectors if I tried to sneak something in. So
yeah.
Okay, so that's not necessarily true. Okay, I have a confession, not my confession to make. Like, so there was this guy that I knew, right? He was a CO, and he had his backpack, and when he took his backpack to work that day, you know, he had his lunch and stuff in there, and his you know, firearm and stuff. And we all went shooting earlier that morning, just like because we work swings and graves, so we're all meeting up to go shooting, just, you know, have some fun. And he was going from like shooting straight to work, right? And then, you know, and he put his firearm back in his backpack, and, you know, he's like, oh shit, running late to work, gotta be there in like 20 minutes. It's literally down the road from the shooting range. And he just kind of like ran in to the allegedly to the facility, and he actually went right past the metal detectors and went to his spot for work in the facility, and didn't realize he had his allegedly things that go bang with him until he was grabbing his lunch out of his backpack, and he was like, oh wow, there's this thing here. So I don't think the metal detectors always work in these facilities. Just saying.
interesting.
Allegedly.
One of the comments says, "How about sneaking a scalpel out?" So what the funnier thing I've actually known people to do is not a scalpel, but we have paralytics medications that are used, and so I have known people that would load up a syringe with a paralytic and carry it in their pocket on their way to their car. Now
What
it's
are you,
not
James Bond?
Now, you said you work at the VA hospital. Like, I gotta admit, like, you guys, out of all the doctors I've ever experienced, the VA hospital scares the shit out of me.
I agree.
Like
It is a system that is it's encumbered by a lot of bureaucracy and red tape.
Yes,
Lead
thank
times
you.
are terrible. I think there's a lot of very dedicated individual like nurses and people that work there, but we don't have the same capabilities at the VA as we do at the larger academic institution next to us. And so we do transfer the patients out of the VA if there's something we can't provide for them there, or if they're like too critically ill or something. That's a relatively routine thing to happen.
I hate going to the VA. I mean, that's who, you know.
I don't blame you.
I have full medical through them, you know, from being injured in the military.
Yeah.
But I fucking hate dealing with the military, the VA hospital. Like, man, it is like trying to pull teeth. So here's a funny thing. I've been trying to do a sleep study with them because allegedly I stop breathing when I sleep. Apparently, I never realized that because I always wake up and I'm still here. If I stop breathing,
That would entail you actually sleeping at night, which current evidence does not support happening.
No, okay, I sleep. So I sleep about 3 to 4 hours, period, a day, on average. That's just my thing. I don't know why. It's actually been that way since, well, my divorce about 8 years ago. I haven't been able to sleep past 4 hours. Don't know why. It's just been a thing, and yeah. So I'm used to operating on 4 hours of sleep. Don't judge me.
You'd make a great doctor.
What?
Was your divorce very stressful?
Oh yeah, it was a nightmare. But it's over, and I moved past that, and I remarried, so I'm in a better position. But for some reason, it's just like the whole 4 hours sleep. It's just been. I just got so accustomed to it that it's just like I will wake up just to go pee, or I'll wake up and like, okay, let me turn on something to help, drown out some background noise or something, or I'm gonna just sit here and toss and turn, and then I just go, well, I'm awake. I might as well just do something now.
I mean, Arthur Dye, correct me if I'm wrong, but the reason I asked
no,
about
diagnosing me now.
No, I'm not diagnosing you. I'm just saying, sometimes when we have stressful things occur, our hormones go out of whack, and if they don't go back into the right place.
I get my hormones checked. I do lab work.
Okay, good.
Trust me, I get my testosterone levels. I get the full panel done like every 3 to 4 months.
Yeah, I don't know that it applies to Glenn, but you are correct that in people who are under very stressful situations, and also depression can cause a lot of sleep disturbance, whether it's sleeping too much or unable to sleep and sleeping very little.
But see, like, I don't see it as an issue because I operate fine underneath it. And my dad's been doing the same thing like my whole life. The man sleeps 4 to 5 hours. It's in our blood. I think it's just we're just built that way. You guys need more sleep.
I know surgeons who are like that. They sleep 4 hours. They're good to go. They don't understand why anyone else would need to sleep longer.
I've read a lot of shit. I've read a lot of shit that talks about, history and sleep. And once upon a time, like men especially slept very little. Why? Because like at night was like the worst time that marauders would come around and like wolves would attack and like, you know what I mean? And they talked about most common, like there's about 4 hours of sleep when it's dark, and then like maybe an hour or two nap during the day was actually historically like the healthy standard or whatever.
Yeah, but they died at 35 and 40.
What's true?
Not all of them. But so my sleep, it's interesting that you bring this up, because ever since I've had the dog and the child, I don't get any sleep. So I typically, without any effort at all, I'll go to sleep most nights I try to be in bed by like 11. I will wake up at 1 o'clock, maybe 1:30. I'll let the dog out. The dog comes back in. I go right back to sleep. It doesn't take me. It literally, I just go in, I lay down, I'm asleep, and I get back up at 5:30, guaranteed, every morning.
That makes sense because your body is, I guess, developed, whatever the right word is, that you sleep in cycles, and each cycle is about 3 to 4 hours. And if you try to wake up in the middle of a sleep cycle, it is very difficult, and you'll feel very groggy. But if you kind of complete the sleep cycle, you'll be bright and awake and alert.
Yeah.
And so I've known.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's interesting because if I need more sleep, like if I've pushed myself a little harder or whatever, I can literally just lay down in the middle of the day and go to sleep. But sleep's always been an interesting thing for me, because I remember especially when I was racing, because there's no such thing as like a sleep schedule in racing. It just doesn't exist. And I remember we were getting ready for the Pikes Peak Hill Climb one year. The video that I show, the black Evo on Pikes Peak, it was that year, and that car arrived to my shop as a bunch of boxes, basically, of parts. And we spent about a month putting that thing together, and didn't really sleep a whole lot. But then we went up for the first practice, and we did a test day. Everything's great, loaded in. As we're literally starting it up to drive it into the trailer, water literally comes pouring out of the side of the engine. It had blown a head gasket.
Oh.
We did a head gasket change in 1 hour, like start to finish.
Wow.
And this was like at 10:30, 11 o'clock at night. It was really funny because this kid, Josh, whatever the fuck his name was, Josh Chang, actually, he was sleeping in the truck while we were like getting the car ready, and we had a bunch of stuff to do, stickers to apply and things like that. And I went out and I'm like, I told the other two guys, I'm like, hey, I need you to do this and I need you to do this, and I'll be right back. I went out, I got Josh, and I'm like, hey man, the head gasket just blew on the something's wrong with the head gasket on the Evo. We gotta pull the head off and we're gonna change it. And he's like, no, you're not. That's like an impossible job. I'm like, no, we got it. And we walked in, and I went back in, and we're changing it. And I had like I've done it so many times. I knew exactly what tools we needed, where everybody needed to do everything. And we did change the head gasket in about an hour. And Chang's like, it was later, he's like, when he came in and he's like, these guys are actually going to do it. And so he fell right in the line, and we ended up, that car and the cylinder had actually ended up being warped. We never checked it because the guy who owned the car told us it was brand new. And we blew the head gasket like 3 times and changed it each time in about an hour. It just took knowing how to do it and put it all back together right. And I did not sleep for about 3 days.
Wow.
And about 2.5. And by the time I was able to actually sleep, it was really funny because Arkansas Dave was there, and I was pretty pissed too, by the way. And I was just kind of angry, but I knew I needed to sleep. So I sat down on this picnic table in the camp because the Pikes Peak's different than any other race. We're actually in a campground during the daytime, because we practice at like 3 a.m. The reason I wasn't getting any sleep is that you have to be on the mountain at 3 a.m. Daylight hits at like 4:30, 5 o'clock, and you can only run the mountain till 8 a.m. when they open the road to the public. And so you get no sleep because all day you're fixing the car. You might get a couple of hours of sleep, and then you have to drive up the mountain and do the thing. And so for like 3 days, you'd get no sleep. And I remember I sat down on this park bench, and I'm like, okay, I'm going to take a nap. And I just leaned back, and Arkansas Dave said, as my head touched the bench, I was asleep like instantly. He's like, it's the craziest thing he'd ever seen in his life. It's like you just closed your eyes and you were gone. And I slept like really pretty hard for like 2 hours, and I got up and then continued on. It was really cool. But I did all kinds of stupid sleep deprivation things throughout my life. And I find a lot of people oversleep. They get too much sleep. And they do a bunch of weird, they just, their ideas around sleep are very strange.
Too much sleep will jack me completely up. I mean, the more I sleep, the more I want to sleep. The more tired I feel and run down I feel.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I had this when I was in military school, right around my I was getting close to graduation, and one of the things you get to do during the summer when you're old enough is you get to go. I guess it's spring technically, but you get to do kind of a version of Hell Week, which is a special forces selection. And it's a lot of running. It's a lot of jumping. It's a lot of being really stupid and a lot of potential to hurt yourself. And the last 3 days of it, we're out in the woods. And I remember we're supposed to be out there it's a buddy system deal. So it's you and another guy. And the goal is to like cross through this area with basically nothing. You have like a couple of days to do it. Like you have no real gear, a little bit of gear, but not a lot. And they don't let you sleep, because you're always moving. You don't really have any food. You have very low caloric intake, and there's no sleep. And after and the whole week has been like this. Like this starts out like you're running and you're just kind of getting minimal amount of sleep anyway, and then it gets less and less. And so by the time you're doing this 2-day ordeal, you're out. Like you feel like you've got nothing left, but you can't stop, so you just keep going. And I remember sleep deprivation is a really interesting thing to what the things it does to your brain. And I remember a couple of times I was like talking. I thought I was talking to my teammate, and I'm like, "Hey, we're going to go over here, and we're going to go do this, and we're going to go do that, and then that's fine." And I reached over to touch him on the shoulder, but it was a tree or a bush. Like I just spent like 4 or 5 minutes talking to a bush, thinking it was my buddy. And then I remember I was, and you carry, if you're smart, you always carry a little bit of money with you on these things because you don't know, you could come out somewhere and there's a little market or something across the street and you could go grab some food if you have money. So why wouldn't you have some money? And I had a couple of bucks with me, and I remember I was so sleep deprived and I was so thirsty and I was just out of it to the point where I was trying to put money into like a tree thinking it was a soda machine. Like it was really fun.
Wow.
And the idea of this entire exercise is to let you understand how truly fucked up you get without sleep, and to recognize the signs of it and be able to understand that, you are, that you're getting to that point. And it served me very well. I used to work with kids, and I worked the night shift, and I did 10 at night until 6 in the morning. And then I would go, I would drive about an hour and a half home, sleep, and then I'd go to class as I was in college. And I remember leaving a couple of nights after I'd had a test or something like that. And I'd be like, I'm pretty bad. But it was always when you're like slowing down because your mind thinks it sees a cow crossing the road in front of you, that that you're right there. You're on the edge of too much or too little sleep, too much time awake. Sleep deprivation is very interesting. It's very, very interesting. The things that you think that you can do, you cannot do. You think you're running and you're not running. Like you're walking basically. It's very funny. I think it's funny. Right. 72 hours awake, you start hallucinating. It's wild. Yeah. I don't think it takes 72 hours if you're like pushing yourself. I think you can get sleep deprived in as little as probably 36 hours, 40 hours, depending on how old you are and how, in shape you are and how much energy your body requires to function and all that kind of stuff.
I was going to say adrenaline. Adrenaline can keep you for a long time.
Yeah, but you got to keep something to keep that adrenaline up.
See, for me, it depends on the acuity of the situation. Like if I'm in the hospital and I'm running a code or something, I am wide awake. I'm on the ball. There's no way I would fall asleep.
Yeah.
But if you take away that urgency and the stimulation of that, and I've already been working for 36 hours or something, I will fall asleep instantly. I can tell you all sorts of ridiculous stories, like similar to Grid's stories of in training, we would do 36-hour calls routinely every 3 days, basically. And so more than once, I came in the afternoon after a long call, went to fill up the tub to take a bath, fell asleep on the floor of the bathroom, woke up in an inch of water. I flooded my apartment more than once with that technique, which angered the neighbors below when water was dripping down on them. There was one time my apartment was literally in training, was literally across the street from the hospital because I wanted to be able to walk there if a car broke down or something. But I would usually drive just because I'd leave often when it was dark and there was a lot of homeless people, so it was safer to be in a car. So one day I get off from being on call, long hours, and I suddenly sort of come to, and I'm just driving in downtown Dallas, and I had no idea where I was.
Oh, God.
And I panicked, and I finally turned on my GPS and typed in my apartment number to get back to my apartment. But between leaving the hospital and sort of coming to reality in Dallas, I lived in Dallas, but this was a good 20 minutes away from where I needed to be. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I mean, the black dog thing that truck drivers talk about seeing, I never saw the black dog, but I have caught myself, especially when I was doing that. I would slow down because my mind was imagining this cow just kind of like wandering across, or an animal wandering across the road, and I would slow down. And then I would force myself awake enough to see what's in front of me, and there would be no cow. There'd be no animal. Nothing. Very funny. So
that's crazy.
I mean, funny to me now, but at that point, it was just like, okay, you gotta stay awake. So at that point, you start rolling down the windows. You're like shake your head, do all that kind of stuff. Yeah, it's just interesting stuff. To me, anyway. I mean, to most people, this is just like really weird and stupid, but sleep is interesting, or lack of sleep.
Now, when you try doing that on a motorcycle and having to constantly shake your head, like, like when you know you're tired, you're tired when you start dozing off on a motorcycle. That's when you're like, now you're playing Russian roulette with your life.
Yeah, no doubt. Wow, the panel just goes quiet. I think everybody's about to go to sleep. I think I talked too much about sleep. Everybody's asleep now.
Bunch of Mitches.
Not everybody.
Glenn, we're not at your level.
It's almost 2 a.m. for us.
Eastern Standard Time.
Not everybody lives in the past like you, Glenn.
Yeah.
I don't live in the past. I don't live in the past. I live in the future.
You live in the past. You're 2 hours behind me. That's past.
Well, shit. Let me go back to the future.
Well, he's actually 2 hours ahead of you, I guess. Right?
No, I'm in California.
We're at 3 hours.
California, so it's only
we're in the left coast.
It's 2 hours behind.
11:40.
2 hours.
He's 3 hours behind us.
Behind would be the past. Yeah.
Yep. History in the making.
The only ones ahead are our Aussie friends in the chat. They're ahead of us.
Yeah.
If they're real.
If they're, I was just
Hey,
gonna
now,
say that.
they're real.
I don't know about that.
They're real life.
It's debatable.
Don't be talking about Bill Hicks like that, okay? I believe he's a real
3
person.
p.m. on Sunday.
Even though I don't
Sunday.
even hear
Isn't that
him.
crazy?
Although I heard his voice once, but I don't know if it's really him.
Is that real time or is that like Australian halftime? It's like worth having. Are your minutes worth our minutes? Are they
It's
equal?
whatever delusional time zone they're imagining themselves to be in.
That's true. All right, guys. I'm actually going to call it. I am tired. I'm going to sleep. I will be not streaming tomorrow, as far as I'm aware. Anyway, I might pop up on somebody's stream, but I will not be doing a stream again until Monday at noon.
Slacker.
Most likely. Watch for the update because I may have some stuff going on Monday. I don't know. We'll see. If something happens, I will update and all of that. So, Glenn, I know that you want to chat with me for a minute after all this is.
Damn, why you got to tell my business like that?
Whatever. Anyway,
I'm joking.
yeah, and so we'll hang out. I'm gonna send you guys over and raid easy. So you guys know what to do. You go have a good time. They're doing another. It's not verbal combat, but it's like a pop-up debate bro thing. I don't know. It looks fun. You guys will have a great time. Go have some fun watching people be mean to each other and talking shit about them. So go do that and get off my lawn. We'll see you later. Bye, guys.